Hello, hello, hello. Why is the game muted? Hello! Here you can hear the Higurashi now. Welcome in. Oh no. Sorry. That always messes up when I... Give me 1 sec. Yeah, this is totally working. Oh my gosh. I don't know why that keeps happening. But yes, hello, welcome everyone. Let me just quickly take the time to say properly hello. Hello, Vermo. Hello, Aki. Hello, Rising. Hello, Austin. Hello, Zam. Hello, Diana. Hello, Kat. And hello, Amadis. And hello, Becha. I hope I didn't miss anyone. Hello, Neko as well. Hello. Hope you're all having a lovely Sunday so far. I spent the entire morning moving around a bunch of stuff, so I finally have more space on my desk. We finally have space to actually move around, which is pretty good, I think. Time for more lore, yeah! Oh gosh, I'm so excited. Higurashi when they shut. No! I like the yapping Higurashi. Just wanted to show off the stinger. Yeah, exactly. What if we just do a stinger stream? It's just the stinger over and over again for 4 hours or something like that. How's the quaint, peaceful town of Hinamizawa going? I mean, it was rather peaceful. People just keep disappearing, you know? I would say that's pretty peaceful. It just gets more and more peaceful as time goes on. I guess you could say it that way. Miss you. Good morning. Good morning. I miss you too. A chill Sunday, went to the gym, went for a walk, enjoyed a fresh croissant. Mmm. That sounds delicious. I was really craving something sweet this morning, but I don't know. Didn't have anything sweet to eat except chocolate. Owls when they cry? What does owl crying sound like? I'm down. I'll edit a 24-hour stinger video for you guys. So you get the yapping streams and the stinger videos. Oh yeah. Internet's down, so I'm doing chores. Save me. Wait, how are you here then? Are you using your mobile data? Oh no. But yeah, that's the upside to not having internet. I was actually planning on finally cleaning up some stuff. I cleaned up some stuff, not everything though. I would send my 2D Sinna twist. Oh no. That would make me very hungry. Was that mating sound? It was owl crying. Do you not like owl crying? But yeah. I feel like I had something to talk about as per usual, but I forgot once more. So, well, here we are. But yeah, I finally moved around all of my stuff. Finally have a proper monitor to have OBS on. Now my tablet is not connected at all. It's just kind of sitting there in the corner sad because the cable is not long enough. I will have to check if an extension cable can work in this case, if I'll still be able to use the tablet that way, because it would be a shame to just leave it sitting here unused. Data so I can see my spooky. Oh, do you have? Oh, you have a lot. Okay, I was gonna ask, do you have unlimited data at least? Ah, thank you for the hat pat, Wolfie. Let me see. Where's that toggle? There you go. Also, welcome in. How are you? First space, what did you do, actually? So my second monitor was to the right of me. And now it's to the left of me, where my tablet used to be. Because that's the only spot my tablet was able to be in for it to turn on. And now it's on the right side of my table, and the cable is not long enough. So now it's just unplugged and sad. Set up rating stream when I actually I like those kinds of streams. I mean, we could definitely do something like that. I would want to see all of your guys' setup. Especially yours, Didi. I feel like you have lots of fun merch laying around. Oh, thank you for the hydrate and for the unshrimp and stretch. I don't even know if I have any water left. I didn't refill my bottle. There was a little bit left. I think there's still something in there. I wasn't shrimping too much, so just a little bit of stretching it is. In pain? How are you? Oh no, I hope you feel better soon. I'm doing good. It was a long night. Oh yeah. Unlike yesterday, where I was able to wake up at 8 a.m. even though I went to bed at 2 a.m., I did not wake up early today. I went to bed at like 3 to 4 a.m. and I ended up waking up at 12 p.m. So yeah, my day has only just begun as per usual. As I was about to say, you'll see my crazy amount of acrylic standees. Oh yeah, I have like one acrylic standee. It's not even in this room, it's in the living room because my whole apartment is full of my merch. There's merch in literally every room. You can see Ayumi and Yuka from Corpse Party in my bathroom. Did you go to bed late? I mean, yeah, we were hanging out pretty late. And after that, I was procrastinating going to bed, which is insane. I went to bed at 3 a.m. because I was drawing. Oh yeah, I was drawing a little bit too. I stayed up quite late drawing as well. But I finally finished the design that I wanted to get done. And I sent it over to the artist that's going to be working on some really cool stuff. Yeah. I still have to finish some description stuff for that commission, but hell yeah! I ended up changing stuff. You know how I mentioned that I made it really colorful and stuff? Yeah. I went back on that and I made it my more muted colors. I was like, it would be weird to have like yippee! Completely different colors, but I kept the initial sketch with the other colors. I might use that for something else. So it's not gone forever. You know what that means? Them 5 hours work sleep. No. I will try to go to bed early today so I can finally go to work rested once in my life. Just counted 14 on my desk alone. What? How big is your desk? I have like no merch on my desk left because I will move stuff around and eventually stuff will fall off my desk because I have too many things on my desk. What happens when you flip over your desk when you smash into it again? Do you just topple all of your 14 standees? Really excited to see. I am also so excited. I cannot wait. I don't know how to describe how I'm feeling. I'm feeling so excited. Yeah, new art. Yeah, we have also new art on the starting and ending screen now. My gosh, that art is so beautiful. I can show off the whole thing. Give me one sec. Because it's only a part of the bigger drawing. It's gonna be humongous. Give me one sec. Yeah. Hold on. There you go. Isn't that so beautiful? My gosh. Look at it. Look at the background and everything. That is gorgeous. That is beautiful. That is absolutely beautiful. I have them credited in my credits. But let me also Post their blue sky in the chat. There you go. Please check them out. They do amazing art. This is so beautiful. That's why you needed a bigger desk. Exactly. More standees. Looks 3D because it is. Some of the pieces in this commission are 3D. Like the book, for example, is 3D. I don't know what else. That might be the only part. I'm not exactly sure. But yes, it is so cool. It's really, really cool. I love how this turned out. Yeah, so I hope I can use it well for some cool stuff. Looks like the book is gonna be part of an animation, like a pop-up book. Yeah! It looks really cool. I really love how it looks. Absolutely love it. But on 4K, my desk is basically L-shaped with shelves underneath. Standees are on the shorter section. I basically have an L-shaped desk too. It's like a semi-L-shaped desk. You know those from IKEA? I don't think they have them anymore. But they used to have some that are like basically curved, kind of. Yeah, I have that. It's a very weird shape. I don't know if I love it or if I hate it, but they're pretty convenient. So now I moved stuff around to be able to actually use the bigger area that was basically just covered with a bunch of shit. I have the dancing spooky. Thank you for waterboarding me. Let me drink something. Not the quotes, not the quotes. Oh no. I'm never gonna be able to forget. Oh no. I forgot I said that during the final boss. Oh no. Yeah, waterboarding. So fun. So cool. All right. But I cannot hold my excitement anymore. It is time to stop yapping. It is time to do a different kind of yapping. The reading kind. So let's get right into this. And it seems to be a new day, which is lovely. This will probably be Keiichi's last day on Earth, at least in this time loop. Never stop yapping spooky, not with the types of games that I play. There will never be enough yapping. But her mom sounds so eerie. She just woke up, okay? She's eepy. Okay, let's get into this. Keiichi. Keiichi? Wait, did he stay here all night? Just leave him alone. His friends went missing. It must be really hard for him. Normally, my dad never shows me any consideration, but this time he did. Oh, it's kind of sweet. 50 inches, I think. It's pretty big. Needed it for the PC. Oh my god, my PC is on the floor. My mic would pick up all of my PC noises if I put it on my desk. Shouldn't Keiichi stay home from school for a while too? I think it would be safer not to go until the police do something about this. Maybe. I mean, if they're so worried about him, they could always just, accompany him to school like all the other parents are doing. Or most of them anyway. Maybe, compared to what would happen, taking a few days off wouldn't be a bad idea. Anyway, how is it logical not to close school during such a dangerous situation? Thanks for the lurk, Zam! What do those teachers think our children are? Mom and Dad were getting pretty riled up, but at this point, I couldn't care less. Besides, that wasn't the only thing I couldn't care less about. The breakfast table, the food in front of me, the time and date, myself. I really had no interest in anything. Oh yeah, the depression is kicking in. This feeling, it was like a dead fog in my mind. It felt like getting dizzy after taking strong medication. Keiichi, how are your studies going? You've gotten further than the other kids, haven't you? I mean, it's self-study anyway, isn't it? And they used to do it in a group, and if no one from the group is even there to study with him, what's the point? You can just study at home. If you have, then you can take a few days off, alright? I didn't even feel like answering. Today was Thursday. Only 4 days had passed since the Watanagashi festival. Such a short time, and yet now things were completely different. Everything had changed. The tranquil village, bright and clear as if it were an Indian summer, had undergone a total reversal. People were made to disappear every night, and we couldn't even relax walking out in broad daylight. The village had become a world of fear. I had no right to curse this outcome. After all, the one responsible for everything was me. He's taking this a bit too far. He thinks he plays a much bigger role in this whole thing than he actually does. All he did was accompany people inside of the ritual storehouse and just look at torture devices. It's not like he was the one breaking into it. That night, I couldn't resist my honestly tiny, little, and incredibly stupid curiosity and broke the taboo. Pretty sure it would have turned out the same even if he didn't actually go inside. This isn't somewhere we should be going, is it? Let's not. It's a crime to force your way into a locked building, even if you don't steal anything. Shion, now that you know they weren't having some secret rendezvous, you've had enough, right? I don't want to do something like this. What if Rika-chan's dance ends while we're messing around here? I prattled on as I took the lock from Tomitaka-san's hands and put it back on the door. I'll forget everything I saw here, so come on. Let's go, let's go. Takano-san was fretting, but I pushed her away. Tomitaka-san grinned painfully. Shion's shoulders drooped as if to call me an idiot. Even so, I didn't care. I pushed everyone further and further away. Rika-chan's dance was still going on. Then at last her dance was brought to a close with a roaring applause. I too, until my hands turned red, I clapped and I clapped. Peer pressure gets people disappeared. Oh yeah, for sure. While he didn't do this exact thing that he just described, that was the ideal scenario, right? No one goes in there at all. He did say that he didn't want to go in. He did say that it was illegal to break into buildings, and he is, right about it. It is illegal. But in the end, they ended up convincing him. I mean, to be fair, I feel like most people would have gone in. It was already broken basically almost broken when he got there, and I think they broke the lock before he even agreed to go in. So I feel like most people would have probably just gone in to take a quick look if it was already, broken into. It's only illegal if you're a coward. It's only illegal if you get caught. Isn't that Rena-chan? She's here because it's your usual meetup time, isn't she? I looked up at the clock. It was 5 minutes past my time to meet with Rena. Keiichi, shouldn't you take a few days off from school? You're right. Thanks for being so considerate. I rose from my seat. I went to the entrance to greet Rena. Couldn't we have called her so she doesn't have to walk all the way here. Good
今
morning.
日から集団登校だから
We're going to school as a group starting today,
遅れちゃダメだよ。
so you can't be late. Ah, that's right. If we, the ones farthest away, were to be late, the younger kids on the way there would be waiting for
俺
us.
さ、
Um,
今日からしばらく休むことにするよ。
I think I'm going to take some time off
学校。
from school. Man, this is horrible for her. I mean, I understand that he needs to take a few days off, and I also feel like it's the best course of action right now, but then she will be all on her own to suffer and mourn the deaths of, people she knew and the disappearance of her very close friends. She'll be all alone. Ah. Okay. Rana answered shortly, nodding.
ケイチ君が自分の体に一番優しい過ごし方を選ぶべきだと思う。
I think you should do whatever's best for you, Keiichi-kun. Man, I'm so sorry, Rana!
だから別に引け目を感じることなんかないと思うな。
No, I don't want to let her be alone, all alone in school. Ah, so you don't need to feel that you're weak or anything.
それからこれ
Oh, and here,
回覧板
it's a notice they're sending
お
around.
母様に渡しておいてくれるかな。
Could you give it to your mom?
いろいろ大事なお知らせがあるみたいだから。
I think it has a lot of important announcements in it. I took the notice. There were a lot more pages than normal. She can just smash some desks and windows. No! She has evolved. She is no longer that version of Rena, She would never smash in windows with a bat. Not in this timeline. Look at how sweet she is. It's Rena though. She's the person I'm least worried about. She could kick everyone's butt. I'm not worried about her safety. More so her emotional state, Being all alone while all of your friends are, disappearing. That doesn't sound very fun. Yeah, she can take a bat. Yeah, she can smash people's head in, but she'll still be alone, It's getting way more depressing than I wanted it to be. The one on top announced the disappearance of the mayor, Rika-chan, and Satoko, and they wanted any information about them. It made my heart ache.
警察も必死に探してくれてる。
People don't change that easily, for better or for worse. That is true. Didn't they also say that it was like a mental illness? So yeah. To self-study together at Keiichi's house. I mean, that's all they're doing really anyway. But I guess she can't not go to school today because of all the kids waiting for them. The police are looking as best as they can
きっ
too.
と見つかるから。
They'll find them for sure.
待ってよ。
Just be patient, okay? Rana said, smiling in an attempt to give me courage. Rather than that, though, her smile looked like it was because she herself wanted to believe they were safe.
レナは俺を問い詰めないんだな。
Rana, you're not going to question me?
うん。
Nope.
レナは知ってるんだろ。
Rana, you know, don't you?
俺があの晩。
About that night, what I...
西宮殿に忍び込んだことかな。
Everyone knows. I mean, they did say it, the rumors spread around Hinamizawa like wildfire. I'm not surprised that she knows. I feel like there's not a single soul that doesn't know. Except maybe my parents. They have not confronted Keiichi about this at all. They don't care. They did, yeah. Do you mean when you snuck into the ritual storehouse? I was speechless for a moment, but then I bit my lip, made up my mind, and nodded a little.
筒抜けなんだな。
So it's all out in the open.
まったく悪いことはするもんじゃないよ。
Really, I shouldn't do bad things like that.
みーちゃんはすごく怒ってたよ。
Mi-chan was really mad. So she was upset. I suppose she would have been.
でもね、きっとみーちゃんが怒ってたのは忍び込んだことよりも
If it really is Mion, in this case, she's more than just upset, I feel. It's Rena, she knows pretty much everything. What if she's still a stalker? Even in this timeline. What if some things really don't change? She has known all along, everyone knows. They have their eyes everywhere. I don't think she was angry about you sneaking in there, though.
それを隠していたことだと思うの。
As much as about you hiding it from her. Do you not love stalkers? I love getting stalked in video games. It doesn't make me feel uneasy at all. But she's working with Mion. Not again. Not again. I don't need that twice in a row. One of them is bad enough.
ケイチ君は自分から言い出して謝らなくちゃいけなかったんじゃないかな。
Maybe Keiichi-kun, maybe you should have told her yourself and apologized. I should have told her myself and apologized. That troubled me. Just 1 week ago, I did something that I myself should have apologized to Mion for. I'd hurt her badly. However, I hadn't realized that at all. Plus, with all the confusion that Shion's appearance had brought, I still hadn't been able to talk to Mion about it. Right, he never apologized for being an absolute dighead to Shion. No, Mion, sorry, my bad. You know, the whole... Oh man, I don't even want to think about it. All the mean stuff he said about her, my gosh. And he hasn't said I'm sorry a single time to her. I feel like at this point, I'm starting to understand why she might be kidnapping people all around him, leaving him to suffer. That's a very messed up way to make someone suffer, but it is surely effective.
レナの言う通りだな。
Rena, you're
俺
right.
はいつもレナに教えられるまで何も気づかなくて。
I never realized anything until you tell me.
ケイチ君、もしもだよ。
Keiichi-kun,
も
hypothetically,
しもケイチ君が悪いことをしたことをすぐに認めてみーちゃんに謝っていたら、
if you had admitted you'd done something wrong right away and apologized to
リ
Mi-chan,
カちゃんとさとこちゃんはいなくならずに済んだのかな。
I wonder if Rika-chan and Satoko-chan wouldn't have had to disappear. What? This is basically telling me that she knows that Mion is abducting everyone. What? This is her just telling me, yo, it's Mion abducting people because you didn't apologize to her. Keiichi is such a goober. He is. Rena is working with Mion. I am worried. I couldn't answer right away. I couldn't admit to that. Wasn't Rena telling me right now, though, that I should have admitted to my crime sooner? If I had done that and apologized, could things not have gone in such a horrible direction? Rena's eyes were filled with kindness, but they weren't naive enough to forgive me for keeping silent, and they stared fixedly into my own. Yeah,
そうだ。
you're right. If I had admitted my crime sooner, then Rika-chan and Satoko wouldn't have had to die or disappear. Did he just hit himself? Pretty messed up that Mion would do all that just to prove a point, yeah. Also, like, to her close friends, to children. The palm of Rena's hand slapped me in the cheek. Oh no, I'm getting hit, not me hitting myself. I stood there, unmoving, my head still tilted in the direction I'd been hit. It didn't hurt at all.
誰もケイチ君のことを叱らなかったと思う。
I don't think that anyone has scolded you, Keiichi-kun.
だから私が代わりにケイチ君を叱るね。
That smile is creepy as So, I'll scold you in their place, okay? I pressed a hand to my cheek, now warm with embarrassment, and quietly stared down at Rena's feet.
入ってはいけないところに勝手に入るのはとても悪いこと。
Going somewhere you're not allowed to go was a very bad thing to do.
それはわかる？
Do you understand that?
あ
Uh-huh.
返事ははいだよ。
Answer me with a yes,
ケイチ君。
Keiichi-kun.
はい。
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
もっと悪いのは自分が悪いことをしたのを認めないこと。
Also, what's even worse, you didn't admit to having done something so bad.
悪いことをするのはとてもいけないことだけど、それを認めて謝らないことはもっともっと悪いことなんだよ。
You should never do anything bad in the first place, but not admitting to it or apologizing for it is much, much worse.
はい、
Yes,
僕が悪かったです。
I was wrong. For a few moments, Rena stared at me, silently and intently, as if gauging my remorse. Gauging? 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 I think it's gauging. Then, finally, the tension in her face softened and she smiled.
じゃあもう時間だから
Okay then, it's about time.
私は行くよ。
I should be going.
あ、
Alright.
回覧板お母様に渡しておいてね。
Be sure to give the notice to your mom, okay?
あと回覧板は暗くなったら持っていかないようにって注意付きだから。
Also, warn her not to go out to pass it on after it gets dark. Yeah, I feel like, not only, would she be in danger, but also people probably wouldn't open up the door because they would be too afraid to potentially let in a kidnapper / murderer. My ship is abusive already. That escalated in the first timeline already, Diana. I feel like there is no winning with this ship. Ship has not sailed. Ship has sank. I bent down to pick up the notice, which I dropped when she slapped me. The pages had come out of the clasp and were now making a mess on the floor. I gathered them up one by one. My hand stopped at a single, more light-hearted page with peaceful sentences dancing on it. We still have plenty of homemade soy sauce in stock. Oh. Feel free to come to the Sonozaki house if you want some. Oh, yeah. Well, this isn't really a surprise. This is more just 100% confirmation at this point. No! No! Yeah, hopes and dreams dashed once more.
なんだこれ。
Oh my. What is this? I just realized it makes total sense. Don't they have like lots of little businesses all over the region? It doesn't surprise me that they would have some sort of like small soy sauce business or something going on as well. Like a little side business at the main house, selling some soy sauce. People have lemonade stands and whatever else they have, and the Sonozaki house has a soy sauce stand. I picked up the page and scanned the rest of it. They were stockpiling high-quality soy sauce they got from a faraway relative in the Akita prefecture. They had gotten a big shipment recently. They couldn't use it all, so they wanted anyone who wanted some of it to feel free to come over, is what it said. And as a PS, it said it arrived in barrels, and to please bring a 2-liter bottle or other container for it. That's how it's tied together.
醤油をもらいに行くなら園崎家。
Oh. Yeah, a mom and pop business, yeah. And while you get your soy sauce in your little 2-liter container, you get kidnapped in the process. A 2-for-1 deal. If you need some soy sauce, then you would go to the Sonozaki house. Rena,
お前ひょっとして知ってたんじゃ。
did you know all along?
うん。
What? This is so fucked up! What do you mean, yeah? Huh? This is so fucked up! And she was silent this whole time? She didn't tell the police or anything about this? What? This is crazy. Everyone is going crazy. We love a good buy one, get one free. Some people make wine as a hobby. They make soy sauce, yeah. I mean, to be honest, I would love a little pop-up soy sauce stand. Because soy sauce is one of those things you can never get enough of. And if they make like a nice little soy sauce mixture, they can have all different kinds, right? There's not only one soy sauce. You can make all different kinds of soy sauce mixtures. That would actually... Don't steal my idea. I'm gonna make make my business boom. I'm gonna take off. Small little German town here in the region. Suddenly, a really cool soy sauce pop-up stand. We love that.
知ってた。
I knew. Rena had already been suspicious of Mion as soon as she noticed that the big bottle of soy sauce was missing. Rika-chan had taken the bottle and gone to Mion's house and... There, she was erased. Rika-chan wasn't coming back, so Satoko called Mion's house since she knew where she had gone and... Then, Satoko got called there as well. That meeting on the day the mayor disappeared, didn't Oishi-san say that the 3 families participated in it? The 3 families would include the Sonozaki family. Didn't he also say that the current leader was really old, so her heir, Mion, frequently stood in for her at public appearances? Soy sauce ginger and soy sauce chili flakes? Yeah, I agree. That's delicious. Traditional brewed too? Oh, yes. Oh, man. Soy sauce is one of those things that you can just put into any food too. You can combine so many different kinds of ingredients. And just, you know, pop it into your food and it tastes 1,000 times better. While the mayor was returning from the shrine, Mion called out and stopped him. She talked to him and invited him to their house and... Then, she made him disappear. It was probably even simpler to make Shion disappear. Shion was part of the Sonozaki family. They probably knew exactly what she was doing at all times. I'm sure they even knew her part-time job schedule too. Thinking back, wasn't that Angel Mort's store managed by the Sonozaki family? Setting up an ambush for her there wouldn't have been any trouble at all.
俺ミオンのところへ行く。
I wonder what the reason is for Keiichi not being kidnapped other than my slight suspicion that she is madly in love with him, but I don't know. Not surprised. I don't know. I would know. It would make sense. She didn't say anything. She doesn't want to vanish like the rest. I mean, I would just tell the police. If I vanish, they already know where to look, you know? Chicken breasts and soy sauce are so tasty. Soy sauce makes anything taste absolutely amazing. What I tend to do is I would get my bottle of soy sauce, make a nice chili flakes base with a whole bottle of soy sauce, and pour it back into a bottle, my homemade soy sauce. Yeah. Easy adjustments to make things taste even better. And I think it's because she loves him and also to make a statement. I think so too. I mean, didn't Shion say that she has like huge jealousy issues? This is more than just an issue. This is a whole problem. I'm going to
謝っ
Mion.
てくるよ。
I'll go apologize.
もう全部終わりにしてもらう。
I'm going to have her put an end to everything. Everything being my life.
きっと簡単には許してくれないだろうけど、もうこれ以上誰も犠牲にならないように頼んでくる。
Mion probably won't forgive me easily, but I'll go and ask her not to sacrifice anyone else. With that decided, there was no need for me to be lazing around here. I put on my shoes and slipped past Rena to exit the house. I can't believe Rena is like, oh, you should have apologized, as if that is justifying that our friend is kidnapping and killing people. Yeah, okay. I get it. Right. If I had apologized, maybe it wouldn't have turned out this way, but this is not Keiichi's fault. Both sisters have jealousy issues. I don't know. Shion seemed rather normal. But then again, this might as well be Shion disguised as Mion. We don't know that for sure. I put on my shoes and slipped past Rena to exit the house. When she stopped me.
私も行くよ。
I'm going too.
レナ、学校はいいのかよ。
Thank you for the head pat. Rena, shouldn't you go to school?
学校なんかよりもっと大切な用事だよ。
This is way more important than
レ
school.
ナは来るな。
Rena, you shouldn't come.
この上、レナまで巻き込まれたら、俺は頭がどうにかなってしまうかもしれない。
If you get wrapped up in this too, then I might actually go crazy. Rena didn't move her arm, which was blocking my way.
ケイチ君までいなくなったら、
If Keiichi-kun disappeared as well,
私も頭がどうにかなってしまうかもしれない。
then I think I might actually go crazy too.
だから、ケイチ君だけを行かせない。
Oh, man, Miana's also getting a 2-for-1 deal. I'm pretty sure you have bigger things going on than school, Keiichi. Yeah, this is my number one priority, I feel. You've been hiding everything so far. It's crazy. Our ship is back, and the ship will, disappear together. Rena argued boldly as tears welled up in her eyes. I saw them, and I knew the strength of her
わ
resolve.
かった。
All right,
行こ
let's go.
う。ありがとう、レナ。
Thank you, Rena. Rena nodded slightly but firmly, and finally let down the arm blocking me. Let's go to Mion's house. I'll apologize for the crimes I've committed. Then we'll put an end to these twisted days. After that, I'll pray that once more we can return to those fun, lively days. With Rena following me, I left the house. Ah. Oh no, now we have to explain to this guy why we're not going to school, but instead walking into an entirely different direction. In front of the house, there was a car waiting. It was Oishi-san.
いやー、おはようございます。
Hey, good morning.
前原さん、
Maibara-san.
それから龍宮さんも
To you too, Ryugu-san.
朝から羨ましいですね。
Together so early in the morning, you make me jealous. What a truly praiseworthy man he was if he had been lying in wait so early in the morning just to pressure me into talking. I mean, what else is Keiichi gonna tell him? All Keiichi has are like slight suspicions. Right, I forgot about his like super master plan to go guns blazing into the Sonozaki estate. I like how you don't do Oishi's laugh. I will not do his laugh justice. I cannot do the as well as he does. Peanut Buster. Oh man. On this morning though, maybe this was actually a good opportunity.
警察の方ですよね。
You're from the police.
ありゃ、龍宮さんには名乗ってませんでしたっけ？
Oh, have I not introduced myself to you, Ryugu-san?
これは失礼しました。
Please excuse my rudeness.
私、沖宮署の大石と申します。
My name is Oishi from the Okinomiya Police Department.
どうぞよろしく。
Pleased to meet you.
大石さんに喋るのか？
Oh no! You should have discussed this before! You were like standing right in front of him. Are we telling Oishi-san?
うん。
Yeah.
ケイチ君の罪は私の平手だけであがなえるけど、
I think my palm is enough punishment for your crime, Keiichi-kun, but
兄ちゃんの罪はこの人たちにあがなってもらわなくちゃいけない。
we should leave Mi-chan's to these people. Man, imagine having to give your friends up to the police. As if it wasn't bad enough that your close friend is kidnapping and killing people, but now you also have to give them up to the police. What a great time these kids are having. Pain and sadness. I look down as those emotions build up in my heart.
大石さんにお話があります。
We have something to tell you, Oishi-san.
はてはて、
Well, now,
どんなお話でしょうか?
what about? This is what he was hoping for. He was like, yeah, I can get him to talk. And now here we are. Pretty sure doing this will make Mion go even more nuts. I mean, just let her go nuts in prison, I guess.
ここで立ち話します?
Should we stand here and
それ
talk?
とも車の中でしますか?
Or go inside the car?
車の中でします。
In the car, please. I only continued to look down weakly. All I could do was be thankful for how dependable Rena was. Play the waiting game, yeah. And waiting has paid off for sure for him. At Rena's urging, I revealed everything to Oishi-san. The latter, while making sure to throw in murmurs that he was paying attention every now and then, took notes. We continued that way for a while.
どうです?
How do you feel?
話したらなんだか胸がすっきりしたんじゃないですか?
Don't you feel a lot better now that you've told me? Not really. I don't think anything can make the situation better. Oishi-san asked this while scratching his head with his ballpoint pen. Of course, I don't feel better. The price that had been paid up until now for me not owning up to my crimes had been so immense. But as long as that payment wasn't returned, the load on my chest could never be removed. His radio started to emit static. Bzz, bzz, this is Kumagai. Oishi-san, over.
はい、もしもし。
Yes, hello.
大石です。
This is Oishi. I really wish I had some sort of voice filter to make my voice sound all radio staticky. Thanks for pouring salt in the wounds. Yeah, exactly. My gosh. We got news a few minutes ago that she's been absent from school. No movement at the Sonozaki house. That would be amazing. I'm sorry, I cannot deliver right now. Can I? Perhaps I can. Hold on. What does this sound like? Oh, kind of. Oh yeah, this sounds great, doesn't it? It's close enough, I feel. Maybe. Oh my god. Okay. We got news a few minutes ago that she's been absent from school. No movements at the Sonozaki house. Our target is still on the premises.
はいはい。引き続き見張りお願いします。
Yes, good. Keep a close watch out. Roger that. Shit, no, it didn't work. No. Roger that. Roger that. Oh, I tried my best. Everything okay, Snooki? Roger. There's some that run off the PC, but they cost money, win and lose. Yeah, I have a built-in EQ, basically, but I don't have a preset to make myself sound radio-y, so I just made a new one, adjusted some things that I know make me sound really radio-ish, and yeah, that was really fast. Yeah, it was fast. I have my wavelength thing open pretty much all the time. Oh no, we're not done. The relief for 3 and 7 just arrived, and they've returned to the base. Also, it looks like the division chief is looking for you, Oishi-san. He keeps bugging me too, to tell him as soon as I get in touch with you. What do you want me to do?
実は居眠りしてて起こさないように言われてるとか、ごまかしといてください。
If you're hard pressed for an answer, tell him you're actually under orders not to wake me from my morning nap. Got got it. It takes me a bit to switch the settings, but it works. I'm glad you guys enjoy it. Hello, Sarah. Welcome in. How are you? Thank you for the hydrate. Bzz. The radio grew silent.
いや失礼。
Sorry about that.
仕事の連絡でした。
It was about work.
今園崎家前は動きなしって言ってましたよね。
That'll go well with the boss. Yeah, I feel like he doesn't give a fuck about anything anymore. I feel like he has pretty much also given up on his pension anyway by pursuing this further, even though he was told not to. So I feel like it's all over for him anyway. He's gonna go down, guns blazing. He said there was no movement at the Sonozaki house, didn't
あ
he?
りゃそんな風に聞こえちゃいました？
Oh my, did it sound like that to you?
そりゃ困ったな。
This won't do.
秘密にしてくださいよ。
Please keep that a secret, alright?
課長から内定の許可はもらってないんですから。
I don't have permission from the division chief to be making private inquiries like this. Oishi-san had suspected Mion for a long time.
事情聴取も家宅捜査もとにかく何にも許可が下りないんですよ。
Nor for questioning witnesses or for searching houses. We don't have permission for anything, really.
園崎本家を守ろうという園崎家の防衛機能がガッキガキに作用しちゃってるらしくて。
The Sonozaki house's defenses set to protect the family members are also in full working condition.
令状がなくちゃ私たち現行犯以外
うん
は何にも手出しできませんからね。
Without a warrant, we can't do anything about anything unless the crime happens right in front of us. You're welcome. I'm doing fine, and how are you? I'm doing great, thank you.
大石さんってひょっとして
Oishi-san, could you be... Rena's tone of voice alone was enough to make her spite clear as she stared at Oishi-san.
園崎家に踏み込めないものだから
You can't set foot in the Sonozaki
圭
house.
一君に踏み込ませようとしてたんじゃないですか
Were you trying to get Keiichi-kun to go in there instead? Yeah, he's trying to, send me in as a sacrifice so that he can catch her red-handed. He's just testing waters, asking anyone who would answer but never forcing them, basically.
レナ、それはどういう意味だ？
Rana, that's... What do you
こ
mean?
の人は私の想像通りならとても卑劣な人
This person, just as I thought, he plays really dirty.
人聞きが悪いですね。
Stop, you're hurting my reputation.
でもお説は拝聴しますよ。
That said, I'm all ears to your explanation. Okay. And that explanation we will be getting after the ad break. Because I ran out of water and an ad break is about to start in 1 minute anyway, so I will just get some water now. Prime A class bait. Oh, yes. He has to work with the materials he has at hand. Yeah, I mean, really, this is the best course of action. He plays dirty, but gosh, does he get results. Keiichi Dense's fudge, as always. Rana's instantly more perceptive than Keiichi. That's not hard to do. Anyone would be more perceptive than him. I mean, I'm pretty dense too, right? I would probably be confused in a similar situation, but my gosh, this was so obvious. Rana's already had run-ins with the cops. She knows! Yes, she does! She has experience. Alright, but if you need to take a break, feel free to do that right now. I will go get some water. So rest your eyes, stretch your legs, get a drink, get a snack, and I will be right back. There you go. Hello, I'm back. I got some water. I ate some snacks. So we're all good to go for the next hour. Gosh, these wafers that I have on my desk, they are dangerous. I could eat a whole bag in a matter of 5 minutes. Hello, Seth. How are you? Welcome in. Enjoy the K barbecue. Cicadas just be yapping. Yeah, they're doing the whoop, 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 whoop. They're basically like dubstep, you know? Hello, Aiko. Hello, how are you? Welcome in. They are calming. They are so calming. I love listening to rain sounds while I sleep, which is why sometimes on Spotify, on Discord, you'll see me listening to Spotify, just listening to rain sounds. But I feel like I should switch over to Higurashi cicada sounds. I love the sound of them. We don't have cicadas here in Germany, but gosh. Thank you! And welcome back to you guys as well. Was an hour ago, but still feel full AF. Oh, that's good. You ate your fill. Higurashi lo-fi cicada mix 10-hour version. Oh, yeah. I love that. I need that. Oh my god, that would make me so happy. Maybe I should commission someone to make a Higurashi lo-fi cicada remix for me, you know? That would be something. Add some dubstep into there as well. Just for good measure, and that we have the perfect recipe. Alright. But let's hear Rena's explanation for Densold's Keiichi, perhaps. I actually have a video on my playlist that's hours of cicada yaps. I'll send it to you. I am begging, please. I will love that. Thank you. Okay. Sometimes I can't tab back into the game without clicking, and then if I click, then it skips the next text. Oishi-san lit a cigarette and responded to Rena, wearing an expression implying he was calm and willing to let her comments slide.
あなたは令状が取れないけれど、みーちゃんが怪しいとずっと狙いをつけていた。
I'm doing good, Aiko. Thank you. Hope you're doing good as well. You can't get a warrant, but you've always had your eyes on Mi-chan because you thought she was suspicious. I mean, she is. Yes.
圭一君を焚きつけて、園崎家へ向かわせようと企んだ。
You plotted to incite Keiichi-kun and have him go to the Sonozaki
そ
house.
して、圭一君に何かがあれば、それを口実に踏み込むつもりだった。
Then, if something were to happen to him, you would have used that as an excuse to go in.
そうでしょう。
Isn't that right? I only understood about half of what Rena was saying. Why? Why? I knew, however, that Oishi-san had been trying to use me. My gosh, Keiichi. She literally just explained it word for word. What else do you need? They're kind of irritating though, since they make noise when it's so hot to the point it's like 40 degrees Celsius outside and they pee? But yeah, I guess if you're like in the blazing hot sun and you hear the Higurashi, it's no longer relaxing. It kind of just makes you feel like you want to disappear. Barely awake, but I'm good. That's good. Oh, good morning.
その結果、圭一君が襲われるかもしれないのに。
Even if Keiichi-kun got hurt as a result,
恥知らず。
have you no shame?
これが警察のやり方なの？
Is this how the police do things?
いやいや、こりゃ飛んだところに名探偵がいたもんです。
My, it seems we have an incredible detective on our hands.
いやはやいやはや。
Oh my, oh
あ
my.
なた、うちの試験受ける気ありません？
Would you be interested in taking our exam? Oh, Oishi, he's an ass, okay? But my gosh, he's so funny. Boy IQ somehow so low he wants to work in politics. Yeah. He would be perfect. Gotta respect the hustle, yeah. Oh my gosh. Rena would make an amazing police officer. What are those things called that they can use to beat up people with? The baton? No, that's not what it's called, right? The stick they can beat people up with? Oh, is it baton? Oh yeah. She would be great at using that. Not that she should use it, that's only in like very intense situations, but with her window smashing experience with a bat, I feel like she would do great. That test she would definitely pass.
刑事課配属の推薦状書いてあげてもいいですよ。
I'd gladly write a recommendation letter to get you into the detective division. No,
卑劣か
You're despicable. Rena spoke quietly, her words dripping with
私
hostility.
もいろんな悪口を言われたもんですが、
I've been
若いお嬢
insulted.
さんの短い一言が一番答えますよ。
Sorry, Oishi. I've been insulted in all kinds of ways in my life, but one or two words from a young girl is always the roughest for me.
でも結果として今日までみーちゃんを逮捕しなかったことには感謝しておきますね
Even so, I suppose I should thank you for not arresting Mi-chan yet. I mean, he can't without any evidence. He can't just go in there and, arrest her. That's not how it works. Damn, that bot got sniped before it even had the chance to write anything in the chat. Dononagis and tots and air fryer now vibe with the amazing spooky. Aw, I hope you enjoy your food. And thank you. Sometimes it's tonfa? I've never heard of tonfa. Yeah, I didn't even see the bot message. It didn't even appear in chat. Air fried dino nuggies. I'm gonna admit I've never had dino nuggies. I'm so sorry. I always just eat regular nuggies. I'm so sorry. I never bought the dino shape once.
そりゃどうも。
Don't mention it. Oichi-san seemed to be enjoying his exchange with Rena. The things this man thought were like a swamp. I could barely see past the surface. It reminded me again of how much I disliked him.
さて、
Now then,
その園崎美音さんの親友であらせられるお二人は、
I
こ
mean, I
れから
guess
どうするつもりです？
you don't really have to like someone for them to be good at their job, Now then, as two esteemed friends of Mian Sonozaki-san, what do you plan on doing now?
私が証拠固めを終えて、令状が請求できるまで、のんびり待っててくれるわけですかな？
Will you wait kindly for me to go over the evidence and request a warrant?
うん
No,
そんなの待ちません
we won't wait for that.
私たちが行ってみーちゃんを自首させます
We'll go and make Mi-chan surrender herself. That is very optimistic thinking. I don't think that'll work. Dino egg oatmeal? What? That's a thing? Tonfa is more illegal and deadly version of baton. Oh gosh. My senpai in karate did kata with tonfa? No, you've lost me. What is kata? I don't know what that is. Are you even allowed to carry that around in public? Karana is more in the lead than anything. Yeah, Keiichi is just too dense, unfortunately, to be able to do anything on his own. That's right. If she turned herself in rather than be arrested, she might get a lighter sentence. At this point, perhaps that was the only pity I could find in me to afford her.
さてさて、 そんなにうまくいくでしょうかね。
I see, I see. I wonder if that'll go well.
下手すりゃあなたたちも無事では済まないかもしれませんよ。
If you're careless, you two may face danger, you know. Oishi-san was measuring our resolve. So, in a strong voice, I declared,
そんなのは覚悟の上です。
we're fully prepared. Not really, but sure. Keep up that confidence. You go, boy. Oishi-san gave us an unpleasant yet seemingly satisfied grin. It was then that I realized this man was trying to use us for his own
も
convenience.
し私たちに何かあったならそれを口実に踏み込んでください。
If anything should happen to us, use that as an excuse.
犯人を取り逃がさないようにぐるりと取り囲んでくださるのが一番の希望なんですが。
Though my greatest hope is that you will surround the place so that a criminal can't get away.
竜宮さんは交渉も上手です。
Kata is the routine. Oh, I see, I see. Thank you for letting me know. Is that what you wanted? Yeah, it is. Because if she doesn't put us in danger, then he can't arrest her. We need to put ourselves in danger. And I think that will unfortunately be just Keiichi dying. That's gonna be the danger, but at least she'll be behind, locked bars. Took a full explanation that you barely understood Keiichi, only to now understand my boy, he will never not be dense. Ryugu-san, you're good at negotiating
参
too.
りましたよ。
I'm throwing in the towel.
降参です。
I surrender.
どういうことだよ。
What are you talking
警
about?
察の人がみーちゃんの家を包囲しておいてくれるなら
If the policemen surround Mi-chan's
これ
house,
が万が一の時の保険になるの。
then that will be insurance for the worst case scenario.
万が一の時の。
For the worst case. Plus, it would be another way of pressuring Mion to give herself up, wouldn't it?
ああ、大石より熊ちゃんへ。
Oh. Do I have to get the radio static sound ready? Okay. Oishi to Kuma-chan.
大石より熊ちゃんへ。
Oishi to Kuma-chan. This is Kuma guy. Go ahead.
お友達が2人、園崎家へ遊びに行きます。
Our two friends are going to play at the Sonozaki house.
増援をかけられるよう準備だけよろしく願います。
Make arrangements so that we can reinforce them if needed. Roger! Their altogether too short conversation implied that our questioning was already a part of their plans.
では、参りましょうか。
Then, let's get going.
お茶菓子でも買っていきます？
Wanna buy some tea biscuits on the way here? That Morse code. Radio DJ Spooky. Oh, we should totally host like a radio show. Kind of feels like you're a rakugo performer. What is a rakugo performer? Please enlighten me. Neither Rena nor I went along with Oishi-san's stupid joke. Oh god, it's gonna get real now. But he's just the best. Aww. Oishi stopped the car at the place where we always waited for Mion. Come to think of it, I've never been to Mion's house before. I've only heard that it's right down this road.
お送りできるのはここまでです。
This is as far as I can take you.
情報では、園崎本家は自宅周辺に監視カメラをかなり配置しているらしいんですよ。
According to our information, there are quite a few security cameras set up on the
で
premises.
もご安心を。
Still, don't worry.
何度か資格をついて突入できる位置に若いのが何人か待機してます。
I've got a bunch of youngsters ready and waiting to slip past them and go in. Man, I don't know. As like a policeman right now, I'd be really scared to go anywhere near this house. I mean, they're basically Yakuza. I don't want to go in there. I don't want to slip past anyone. I love doing a podcast stream. Oh, yeah. Want to be part of the spooky radio show? I don't actually listen to a lot of radio shows or podcasts, so I have no idea how that actually goes. It's a form of performance where one person tells a tale while playing. Oh, that's what that is. Oh yeah, I've seen that before. I didn't know the official name for that. There's some really great anime about it. It's a really old traditional art like kabuki. Oh, I see. Yeah, I've definitely seen it before. Well, not in real life, but, you know, videos of it.
指向性マイクで中を伺ってますから、お二人が大きな悲鳴を上げてくだされば、すぐにわかりますよ。
Still, don't worry. I've got a... Oh, I read that, sorry. We'll be monitoring the inside with a one-way mic, so if you two give a loud scream, we'll know right away.
絶対に説得しますから、自首を認めてくださいね。
We'll persuade her for sure, so please be ready for her to turn herself in. In both our eyes was determination. It was the only method available to us for lightening the sins of our good
く
friend.
れぐれも注意してください。
Be plenty careful, you hear?
今さら信じないでしょうが、できることなら、あなたたちに犠牲になってほしくないんですから。
You probably don't believe it right now, but I don't want you two being sacrificed if at all possible. This is the first time I've seen Oishi be like actually concerned for these guys. Showa Genroku Rakugo Shinju is so good, one of my favorites ever. I have never heard of that, but I don't know, I always like writing down people's favorite types of media and stuff. So that means it's good, right? If it's someone's favorite, it's more likely to be good, right? So I always write down people's favorites to possibly look into them.
本当に今更だな。
You're right about that. With that rude response, we left the car. The clinging humidity and the voices of the cicadas greeted us. I'd never have expected this would be happening today.
行こう、
Let's go.
ケイチ君。
Keiichi-kun. Rana took the lead and began to walk down the road I'd never been.
レナはミオンの家には行ったことがあるんだよな。
Rana, you've been to Myeon's house before, right?
うん、
Yeah,
何度もあるよ。
a few
と
times.
ても大きな家でね。
It's a really big
こ
house.
こにはなんか山が丸ごと入るくらいあるんだよ。
You could fit a mountain into their backyard too. I mean, it is the countryside. I would assume that people have like really big land here. Before he was so sus of everyone, yeah.
松茸が取れるとかなんとかで、いつもは柵がしてあるんだけどね。
He went full paranoia, and now he's fine. You can pick mushrooms and stuff, though there are fences everywhere. Big enough to fit a mountain. That was amazing. One of the 3 families controlling Hinamizawa, and the head family of the Sonozaki clan. Perhaps there was something to be said about its magnitude. The path continued onward, level and uneventful. There were metal fences along its edges, and beyond them were woods with trees growing thickly. The fences were high, the tops of them bent inwards, sticking out like sharp spears. Plus, there was a dangerous-looking barbed wire wrapping them. No one could look at them and not feel intimidated. In addition, there were signboards hung up here and there along the fence. Private property of the Sonozaki family. Entrance forbidden. Beware of venomous snakes. Oh boy. Not only are we entering into Yakuza house, we're also surrounded by snakes. Venomous snakes at that. Showa Genroku was very, very good, set during the war period in Japan and follows the whole life and career of one rakugo artist from apprentice days to his death of old age. Lots of human drama. That's actually really, really interesting. I feel like with shows like that, you also learn a lot about, the history during that time. So I'll definitely look into that. Now 2 people are recommending it to me. My gosh. Kind of wondering, have they brought Satoshi up in this arc? They have mentioned him. I think they said something along the lines of... I think Shion mentioned him first. she said that he disappeared before him. So, before Keiichi came to Hinamizawa. I think it was like the last year? Yeah, last year. But they didn't mention a whole lot more than that. They just mentioned that he was the one being demoned away last year and that he was Satoko's brother. That's all they said, really. And I guess Mion, while she was shaking the ladder, also said that poor Satoshi doesn't deserve to be demoned away because of Satoko. Active security cameras. Intruders will be charged an entry fee of 1,000,000 yen. I want to know how much that is. I mean, this is a different time, so I'm guessing it's not the same if you convert it now. Oh, right now it's 6,200 euros. That is a lot. That's almost the same in USD. Euro is a bit more than USD, I think, currently. But only slightly.
この森、いや、山か。
This forest, or should I say mountain,
丸々庭なのか。
is this all their yard?
庭というか領地だね。
It's more like their domain. This is like a whole different place in the town. Like
見
this
ての通
is
り私有地ではあるけど、手入れも何もしてないから。
gigantic. As you can see, it's private property, but nobody maintains
散
it.
策ができるような気持ちいい森というわけでもないし。
The forest isn't really the kind that you can go hiking in. She could say that again. It really did feel like a neglected, savage woodland. It was dark and damp and certainly not a forest that made you want to go for a nice walk. Maybe that's just what happens when a landowner has too much land. Like Oishi-san said, there were security cameras hung up all over the place, though they had been weathered by wind and rain, casting doubt as to whether they were even
俺
functional.
たちが来るの、ミオンはあれを通して見てるんだろうか。
I wonder if Mion is watching us as we come to her.
見てないと思うな。
I don't think she
だって
is.
みーちゃんの家は基本的におばあちゃんとみーちゃん本人の2人しか住んでないんだもの。
The only people living in Mi-chan's house are generally her and her grandma, after all. For some reason, I feel like her grandma is probably dead too. I mean, she said she was sick, but I feel like, you know, what's stopping Mion from killing her grandma too? Why not kill everyone while you're at it? Satoko's arc is where he gets mentioned a lot, I think. Yeah, for sure.
カメラを見張ってる人がいないし。
There's nobody to watch the cameras. What a useless security system.
みーちゃんのお父さんがいろいろ大変な人みたいでね。
Well, Mi-chan's father seems like a pretty rough person to deal with.
だから一族がみんなで集まるときにはちゃんと機能しているらしいよ。
So whenever everyone in the family is getting together, the cameras are apparently working properly. Thank you, Gospel! Thank you so much for the follow! Welcome in! That's right. Mion's father. He was a big shot Yakuza, wasn't he? Rena smoothly danced around the answer as she explained. At last, a huge gate, as big as I'd imagined, appeared. Was she living by herself with her grandmother in a house with such a grand
い
gateway?
るかな。
I wonder if she's here. Beep. Old buzzer made a dull sound. Was it cut off in the middle and not getting to the house? We waited long enough without a response for me to start thinking like that. However, we finally heard footsteps walking through gravel on the other side of the gate. Not here, so okay. I nervously balled my hands, my palms are now sweating, into my fists. Into fists. There was the clang of a bolt being released and the gate opened slightly. The person peeking out of the gap was none other than Mion.
こんな時間に珍しいね。
Well, this is unusual.
2人とも学校は
Aren't you two going to school? Oh, she scares me. She seems so unfazed seeing us there, and That scares me more than her being creepy, you know? Myeon didn't seem all that surprised at visitors arriving in the morning, which wasn't a normal time. In fact, she almost seemed relaxed, as if she knew we were coming beforehand.
学校は休んだよ。
We stayed home today.
ケイちゃんはともかく、レナも
Kei-chan is one thing, but you too, Rena?
二人とも不良なんだからな。
You two are such troublemakers. Myeon smiled lightly, in the way that the Myeon we knew always did.
立ち話もなんでしょ。
I don't know what's going on, but you deserve this. Aw, thank you. Head pat, there we go. Unshrimp and stretch. I am shrimping, so that is a pretty good idea. Thank you. And also hydrate. Thank you. Pretty sinister when you remember how that phone call went. Yeah, she went batshit crazy on us over the phone. But yeah, to give you the very quick TLDR, girlie over here with the green hair has abducted multiple people and also killed at least 2. And she's pretending to be her twin sister this entire time, after also probably abducting and killing her. And now she's acting like nothing ever happened. And now we're here to confront her. That's the very short TLDR. The full care package, oh yes. She can abduct me, huh? Well, let's not just stand here. Come on in. She gestured for us to follow her. I hesitated for a moment, looking at Rena.
行こう。
Let's go. Rena smiled cheerfully, as if she were passing through the gate of a good friend's house, and then did just that. I rally myself and then go through the gate too. On the other side, it hadn't been maintained very well, but it was clear that the lot was magnificently wide. You cannot fix this one. I feel like she's too far. She's gone too far. There's no fixing this one. It wasn't quite what you think of when you hear mansion, but it was clearly a vast place.
ケイちゃんはうちに来るの初めてだったっけ？
Was this the first time you've been here, Kei-chan?
あ
Oh, yeah.
あ、でけえ家じゃねえか。
This house is enormous.
今時合掌造りなんて流行らないよ。
This is huge. Like, just the picture. Hold on. What does this look like? Is it new graphics? My gosh, this is beautiful, but no one needs this much land. Holy moly. Steep thatched roofs aren't in fashion
観
anymore.
光資源にはなるかもしれないけどね。
This place could be a tourist attraction.
私は早くごくごく平均的な鉄筋コンクリートに建て替えてほしいと思ってるよ。
I want to rebuild it using totally average and boring reinforced concrete soon. Myeon dryly smiled as she said that, then closed the gate and relocked the heavy
気に
bolts.
しないで。
Don't worry about
最
it.
近は物騒だからね。
Things have been dangerous lately. My gosh, stop pretending like nothing ever happened!
日中でもこれくらいはしておかないと。
Gotta do at least this much during the daytime.
ああ、そうだな。
Yeah, you're right. Maybe it was my imagination, but I thought I saw the hint of a shadow in her smile.
では、ご案内申し上げます。
Well then, good sir and madam, I shall show you
どう
inside.
ぞこちらへ。
Please come this way. Myeon bowed to us like a worker at a high-class hotel, then pivoted on her heel and began to walk. Oy, 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 oy. Happy tummy? Oh, hell yeah. Saving your life. Diana saving everyone's life, not just with the One-san recipes, but also with the life-saving tips. We love that, we love that. Anna gripped my stiffening arm lightly.
ケイチくん、硬くなりすぎかな。
Keiichi-kun, you're too tense.
私たちはみーちゃんに会いに来たんだよ。
We came to see Mi-chan, remember? You're way too relaxed.
そんなに緊張することはないんだから。
You don't need to be that nervous. Are we talking about the same person here? Do we know what she did? That's right. When I get nervous, I tend to let everything show on my face. I'll stop tensing up. Even if something were to happen, there were two of us. Oishi-san's subordinates were waiting outside the gate for us too. There was nothing to worry about. After thinking about it that much, I realized my nervousness was already gone and laughed at myself. I'm still nervous. Keiichi might not be nervous, but I am sure sweating bullets right now. What's this?
ミオン、この新聞紙の上に置いてある漬物石は何だ？
Mion, what's with this stone on top of the newspapers?
邪魔だぞ。
It's in the way. There was a pile of newspapers on the floor of the entrance, and there was a large rock on top of them. I didn't understand why something like that was here. Rena noticed me looking at it questioningly and giggled.
レナは知ってるのか？
Rena, do you know?
これはなんだ？
What is this?
何かのおまじないか？
Some kind of good luck charm?
ケイちゃんがよくわからないなら、それをどかしてそこに靴を脱いでもいいんだけど。
If you really don't know, then feel free to move it out of the way and put your shoes there. Okay.
ケイチくん、その石の真上にね、ツバメの巣があるの。
Keiichi-kun, there's a nest of swallows right above that stone. What is that? Huh?
え？あ、本当だ。
What? Oh, that's the type of... Is that a type of bird? Oh. Oh, ew. They have odd nests, but I can see what they mean. I did not know that was a type of bird. Huh? Oh, you're right.
人様の家なのに、ツバメが勝手に入ってきて巣を作ってるってわけ。
This house is for people, but swallows still come in without permission and make nests.
代々語り継いでるのか。季節になると決まってここに巣を作るんだよ。
It must be like a tradition for them. Whenever spring comes, they always make a nest here.
迷惑してるんだけどね。
It's kind of annoying, though.
つまりね、そこはツバメの糞とかが落ちてきて危ないから、靴を脱がないようにっていう目印なの。
In other words, it's a sign not to take your shoes off here because swallow poop could end up in them. I couldn't help but laugh at this silly contrivance. My laughter naturally spread to the other two.
園崎家も大昔、養蚕とかやってたことがあるらしくてね。
A really long time ago, the Sonozaki family apparently cultivated
ご
silkworms.
先祖様はツバメ退治に躍起になったそうだけどね。
Our ancestors would get all worked up over exterminating the swallows.
それを思うと、これはちょっと罰当たりなのかな。
When you think of it that way, maybe this is our just... This is just... What? This is our just desserts?
ま、上がって上がって。
Anyway, come in. Ooh, this is kind of pretty. I know that this is very old-fashioned, but I kind of like how older furniture had this like really nice shine to it. I don't know, it makes it look really, really pleasing to my eye. Like having mirrors all over your apartment, or house, I guess. The inside of the house wasn't very bright at all. I could still feel an elegance to the place. Mian seemed to want a more modern building, but traditional houses like this aren't bad either.
冗談でしょ。
You're kidding, right?
隙間風は入るし、冬場は寒いし。
There's a terrible draft and the winters are freezing.
人の家を勝手に文化財にして改築を妨害しないでもらいたいね。
Don't go making my house into property of cultural significance and getting in the way of renovations, got it? I understand what she's talking about. You know, older houses have some issues like, you know, it not being sealed off properly and it being extremely cold in the winters and super, super hot in the summer, but they have a certain charm to them. I think it has to do some with varnish. Yeah. I really love the look of it, but I know a lot of people think it's outdated and don't like it. I personally think it's really pretty. But I also like a lot of quote-unquote vintage furniture. But they're so expensive nowadays. You can go into a secondhand store, look at like quote-unquote vintage furniture, and it'll cost you a pretty penny. Older furniture with a shimmer and shine can still be found today. It just, yeah, it is extremely expensive, but it's very beautiful.
一番の理想はケイちゃんの家でしょ
They're so casually talking. Yeah, they're buttering us up good. Oh, things are gonna turn to shit real fast. You can also spoof it by putting lacquer? I hope I'm saying that correctly. I know what you mean. I just don't know how to pronounce it. And sealer stuff? Yeah. You just have to slather it up real good and it'll look nice and shiny. But, you know, if you're like me and all of your furniture in your apartment is basically from IKEA, no matter what you put on it, it's not going to look very high quality and super beautiful. It's just because IKEA doesn't use, you know, actual good quality materials. They use their really weird, easily breakable wood. Technically have some vintage furniture, but it's not sealed. Hand me down from relatives. Oh man. We need to get a whole apartment tour from you, Didi. I need to see your beautiful home with all of your acrylic standees and your vintage furniture. It'll last longer? Yeah, that's true. I did seal one of my old tabletops, yeah. It had a nice shine to it. What I want most is a house like yours, Kei-chan. I'm pretty jealous of it. It seems like it would be warm in the winter. Oh, but snowfall seems like it would be a problem. Snowfall's a problem? Does Hinamizawa get that much snow? Our latitude is south of Kanto, isn't it? Isn't this region warm?
ケイチくん知らないの
You don't know, Keiichi-kun?
ひなみ沢は豪雪地帯なんだよ
Oh no. Hinamizawa is an area that gets heavy snowfall, so but that's kind of nice. That's really pretty. Motivation to deep clean? Oh yeah, that's the best kind of motivation. When you have to show it off or something. I did the same thing. I actually ended up cleaning up my desk setup only to be able to send it in for like a, what was it, like, I think it was a room rating stream or something, but I only ended up sending in my desk area. It was well liked. It was worth cleaning up. More buttering up. Oh yes.
大雪が降るとみんな埋まっちゃうの
And we get a lot. Everyone gets buried.
玄関なんか埋まっちゃう時もあるんだよ
Sometimes you can't even get out of your house, my god.
止めた車が完全に埋まっちゃって見つからないことだってあるんだから
Sometimes your car gets totally buried too, and you can't find where it is. Is it actually that bad? Holy moly. I wasn't aware of that. Nemizawa, was that a bad place in the winter? Come to think of it, my dad, he said something like, this place got plenty of snow so we could have fun building igloos. Still, your front door getting buried, not being able to find your car? That's way too much snow. I think she's exaggerating a slight bit. No motivation to deep clean, but I have to do it tonight because I was specifically requested to clean kitchen before tomorrow and I don't wanna. Oh, I totally get it. The only times where like, I take the time to like deep clean everything is when we have like someone coming over. Other than that, I just try to keep it tidy every now and then, clean up every now and then, keep it, you know, a little bit tidy at least. But yeah, deep cleaning, oh gosh, it takes forever. It takes like a whole day too. Childhood, that snow buildup, oh yeah, in Canada especially. Like what my family has told me when it snows there, Jesus. I love snow so much and I wish we had heavy snowfall here. I feel like in some parts of Germany, you probably have heavier snowfall than where I live, but here you're lucky to get even a bit of snow. You remember from geography class, right? The western side of Japan gets cold winds from
山
Asia.
脈で遮られてぬくぬくしてるような軟弱な太平洋側とはわけが違うんだから。
We're different from those softies protected by the mountains, nice and warm by the Pacific Ocean.
俺軟弱でもぬくぬくでもなんでもいい。
He's not flobbing. Some places really get it that bad. Really? I mean, I've seen videos of people having their entire front door covered with snow, but like, a whole car? Oh gosh. Okay, that does sound really inconvenient. Boyfriend is moving his office stuff to the living room because we just got loud neighbors. So he says if he's gonna be doing all that, least I could do is clean the kitchen. Yeah, okay, that's fair. You know, gotta divide the chores a bit.
寒いのは嫌だ。
I hate the cold. Oh, I didn't read this whole thing. I'm totally okay with being a softie and nice and warm. I hate the cold. He's not like me for real, for real. I absolutely hate summer. I'm one of those people. Do not like hot temperatures whatsoever.
これは今年の冬はケイちゃんを寒さに慣らすための強化合宿が必要だね。
We'll have to have a training camp to get Kei-chan used to the cold this winter then.
嫌だ嫌だ全力で嫌だ。
No way, no way. There's no way that's happening.
寒いのは嫌いだ。強化合宿も嫌いだ。両方合わさったらもっと嫌いだ。
I hate the cold and I hate training camps too, and I hate them even more put together. Mion laughed more uproariously than she ever had, then told us she'd bring out some tea and left her seat for the moment.
でもね、
Summer is bleh. Yeah, it is. I agree. Hello, Space. How are you doing today? Welcome in. Summer back home on the island, though, that hits different, actually feels nice. Yeah, if you're like at the beach, that is nice. It's more of a result of a blizzard, and yeah, it can happen. East coast of Canada would get that almost every year. Gosh, my condolences. I mean, it's probably really pretty to look at, but my gosh, must that be an inconvenience? What did I miss? Still the same chapter. We basically confirmed that it is Mion for multiple reasons. The most obvious one being an ad being posted for soy sauce pickup, basically, at the Sonozaki estate. We confessed everything to Oishi-san, told him about our suspicion towards some Mion. I keep mixing them up. And now we are at the Sonozaki house trying to convince Mion to give herself up to the police. And we already know this is gonna go south. Back then on the island, it's always summer every day. My nightmare. Here for a mission. Yeah, they're just having small talk right now. Walking in snow and making dino noises is the best. That crunch sound when you walk in the snow. Nah! My inner child comes out when I walk in the snow. It's so fun. What is Rana doing here? She had the suspicion about Mion this entire time. She just didn't tell us until Keiichi made that connection himself. And yeah, she didn't want to let us go in here alone. So now she's here with us. What if it really was Shion as Mion all along, though? That is a slight suspicion I have. I wouldn't even be surprised. I mean, it all comes down to who has the tattoo. That's how we'll know who is the real Mion. Thought she died? What? Why would I not be dead? No. She's the only one alive from our friend group, most likely.
冬
Still,
は冬で楽しいことがいっぱいあるんだよ。
there's a lot of fun things to do in the winter.
冬の部活もね、きっと楽しいんだよ。
I bet our club will be a blast then.
冬の部活か。実に嫌な響きのある部活だぞ。
Our club continuing activities through the winter sounds totally
寒
horrible.
中水泳やら、雪中行軍やら。
Like swimming in the cold or marching in the snow.
ここはいつから八甲田山になったんだ。
When did we turn into Mountain Redhorn?
うん、確かに冬場の罰ゲームは辛いのが多いね。
Yeah, there are definitely a lot of tough punishment games for the winter season.
雪が降ってる校庭でリオのカーニバルをさせられたことある。
One time she made us have a real carnival in the schoolyard while snow was falling. My gosh. I feel like they don't have to worry about this because I feel like the club will be no more. There's no members except these two. Maybe they'll make hot pot Keiichi with their friends' remains, maybe. Yeah. I see the terror of her club cared not for the season. The victor would be decided by who could best adapt to the winter-only events.
雪合戦もやるし、かき氷の大食いとか雪中宝探しとか。
We do snowball fights and shaved ice eating contests and treasure hunts in the snow.
だからなんで外で遊ぶんだよ。
Wait, why is everything outside?
雪が降ってんだからぬくぬくとお部屋でテーブルゲームで遊べばいいじゃないかよ。
Why can't we play tabletop games in a nice warm room while it's snowing?
あ、ケイチくん、そんなこと言ってると冬場はいっぱい負けちゃうかもね。
I don't think that's gonna be an issue, Rena. Miana's gonna see Sadako's empty seat and say, yeah, good riddance, she is. But Miana's probably gonna say that from jail. What? If they're already dead, you know, might as well use the body parts. Gonna make good use of it, you know? Can't waste anything. Oh, Keiichi-kun, if you're saying things like that, then you're gonna lose a lot this winter.
ケイチくん、罰ゲームいっぱいでレナは負けない。はう。
We'll have lots of punishment games and Rena won't lose. How?
はうじゃねえ。
Don't give me that how. I settled things with a cross chop to the head.
盛り上がってるな。
You're sure having fun.
壁が薄いんだからぶち抜かないようにしてよね。
Our walls aren't very thick, so be careful not to go flying through any, okay? The paper sliding door opened and Mion returned with a pot and a complete tea set.
お茶受けはごませんでいい？
Do you want some sesame senbei to go with that? Alls really will eat anything? Yeah. What is this conversation? This is such a weirdly lighthearted convo. Yeah, this is such a contrast to the last chapter too, where everything was just stress and paranoia. And here it's like, oh yeah, we're all buddy-buddy before we start killing each other. Oh, hell yeah. Keiichi's in the lion's den, literally.
羊羹とか気の利いたものがなくて申し訳ないね。
Sorry, we don't have much in the way of bean paste or other good stuff.
あ、いいよいいよ。
It's okay, it's
別に
okay.
お茶を飲みに来たわけじゃないし。
We didn't really come here to drink tea anyway. Oh, let's get to it. Let's get to it! Oh no. Ah, the buttering us up is finally over. There we go. It is time to get to the real nitty-gritty stuff. They're just trying to make Mion let her guard down. I feel like she has her suspicions as to why we might be here. And now after laughing like a maniac on the phone last night. And with those words, the smile disappeared from Rena's face. Ah, she did it. That one careless statement reminded us of what we had nearly been able to forget. I had wanted to enjoy this peaceful time for a little longer, but we put an end to that with those honestly careless words. When she noticed the smile disappear from Rena's expression, Mion, too, changed hers. Oh, I don't want to go through this. Time for hell to start. Yeah, say your prayers. Oh. Get your popcorn out, guys. Get that Capri Sun to sip on. It was as if the cheerful air that was like a warm spring day until a moment ago had slipped through the cracks in the paper door and altogether disappeared. There was no point in regretting it now. We did not come here today to chat and enjoy ourselves. Mion silently poured the tea. During that time, both Rena and I sat kneeling without uttering a word.
どうぞ
Here you are.
召し上がれ。
Drink up. He didn't even mutter a word of acknowledgement at those natural words of courtesy.
毒なんか入ってないよ。
there's no poison in it or anything. Oh, yeah, okay. Thanks for telling it to us like
こ
that.
こまで信用ないかな。
Do you just trust me that much?
心外だね。
That's upsetting. Myeon gave a bitter smile at that end. Sorry. Myeon gave a bitter smile at that and let her shoulders drop. Yeah, sure, Myeon. If you have to say it, that makes you way less trustworthy. We all remained silent. We remained silent, hoping that someone else would speak up first. That was, however, the one thing we didn't want to do. And so we sat for a long time. At last, Myeon smiled scornfully and opened her mouth to speak.
おいおい、ケイちゃんもレナも。
Hey, now, Kei-chan, Rana,
役はそっちなんだよ。
you're the guest.
用があって来たんじゃないの。
Didn't you come here for something?
そっちから切り出してくれなきゃ、おじさんも困っちゃうんだけどな。
If you don't speak up first, this old man won't know what to do. The VA is doing a killer job here, by the way. She isn't doing the usual Myeon, you know, the gremlin voice that Myeon sometimes gets. She isn't doing that here right now. She's doing a different voice, which really just, it hits differently. The VA is really putting in work. She is. You'd like me to make you a sandwich, Spooky? I swear I won't spit in it or rub the bread on the floor. I'm not sure. If you put the dino nuggies, I'll trust you. Rena and I exchanged glances, and we both resigned ourselves. Rena opened her mouth to speak first, so I stopped her.
ケイチ君、
いいんだ。
It's okay.
俺は来るべくして来たんだ。
I needed to come here.
俺から喋らせてくれ。
Let me talk first.
うん、
Floor bed is the bread is the best kind of sure. Yeah, definitely. That's the German secret recipe for really good bread or something.
わかった。
Okay, I understand.
ケイちゃんが私に何の話かな。
What would Kei-chan have to tell me?
お宅のお嬢さんを私にください。
Please give me your daughter's hand in marriage, maybe?
ダメだよ。
Can't do
うち
that.
のレナはケイちゃんとは釣り合わないね。
My little Rena and Kei-chan aren't meant for each other. Oh no, she's destroying our ship. Try to make a different example if there's no poison in it, but fail dramatically. No, I got it. Don't worry about it. It was not a fail. It was a disturbing example. I never make Spooky a bad sandwich. I don't expect you to either. It'll be great coming from you. Tatsuki Yukino Shion Mian Kagome from Inuyasha. Ooh, oh yeah, she's great. Oh my god, I didn't know she was, she also voiced Kagome. That's because Mian wants to be the ship. That is true. Yeah, you're right.
味噌汁で顔を洗って出直しておいで。
Go wash your face with miso soup and try again later. Afterwards, I thought her mean remarks were Mian's own way of showing consideration. Mian had said those mean things in a totally normal voice, and it drained the tension from my shoulders.
ミオ。まず、謝ることがある。
Mian, first, I have something to apologize for.
ケイちゃんが
You do?
何を？
What for? Mian pretended that she didn't know what I was talking about, but I clearly got my point across.
綿流しの晩。
Mian, Rena, and Kate, she could be... No! No! That'll only end up horrible. My soup? Yeah. Do you not wash your face with miso soup? You know, makes your eyes taste better. For the eye soup. Miso soup for the eye soup. Well, on the night of the
これ
Watanagashi,
は神社の祭具殿に入ったんだ。
the ritual storehouse behind the shrine, I went in there. I could see Mion's expression immediately become harder.
入ってはいけない場所だったのは知ってた。
I knew it was somewhere I wasn't supposed to go, but
でもほんのちょっとした探検のつもりで悪気はなかったんだよ。
it was just supposed to be a little bit of exploration. We didn't mean anything by it.
でもいけないことだったんだよな。
Even so, I still shouldn't have done it. This talk about food and soup and everything reminded me that they spoke of the canned meat accident or incident. And they haven't addressed that at all. And we're like very close to the end of the chapter. I wonder if they'll address the canned meat. I think Keiichi and Rena are both doomed right now. I'm pretty sure. But the police is surrounding this this house, so we might be okay. We are also wearing a one-way mic. I love you, but you cannot eat my eyes, girl. Tell that to Sachiko from Corpse Party. She likes that eye soup. Sounds good. You know, if you can eat all sorts of things. Maybe even eyes. They probably have some nutritional value, right? There's probably some culture where you eat eyes of something. Maybe that will come up at a different time, context, maybe. Yeah. Beavers!
謝る。
So, I
あの
apologize.
通り
I'm sorry. To display my deepest sincerity, I pressed my forehead to the table. I'd meant it as my way of prostrating myself. I figured it wouldn't feel sincere enough if I raised my head right away, so I left it there on the table for a while. Mion didn't say anything. With my face down, I couldn't tell what sort of expression Mion had. Only the voices of the cicada filled the room. Mixed with them, I could hear the sound of the clock ticking. That was all. When I started to struggle to breathe from having my head down for so long, Mion had told me to stop.
参ったな。
You got me
い
there.
きなり直球勝負で来るとは思わなかったよ。
I didn't expect you to pitch it to me
参っ
straight.
た参った。
You've got me on the ropes. I looked up to see that Mion's face was calm, but she was smiling faintly.
ケイちゃんにとっては面白半分の探検でも、それが笑い事では済まないと思ってる人たちも大勢いるってことを、ちょっとでも理解してくれたなら。
If you understand that even though it was only a casual exploration for you, Kei-chan, that there are a lot of people who think it's no laughing
そ
matter.
れでいいよ。
And it's okay.
業に入りては業に従えって昔から言うもんね。
Fish eyeball is very yummy. Ooh, that doesn't sound appetizing. Maybe it is. There's an old saying, when in Rome, do as the Romans
あれ
do.
からもう何日も経ってる。
It's been days since then.
今更だとは思うが
It may be too late, but I
悪
apologize.
かった
What I did was wrong.
許してくれ。
Please forgive me. I could feel pitiful tears welling up within me. If I had done this sooner, maybe nothing terrible would have happened.
いいよ。
It's
ケ
okay.
イちゃんが悪いことをしたと思ったならそれでいいんじゃない？
If you know what you did was bad, then that's enough, right? Why is it only okay if Keiichi does it? Why did everyone else have to be kidnapped and killed? Mion spoke like it was someone else's problem and I wasn't happy about it.
みーちゃん、
Mi-chan,
ケイチくんはちゃんと真面目に謝ってるんだよ。
Kei-chan is apologizing
み
seriously.
ーちゃんも真剣に答えてあげるべきじゃないのかな。
I think
かな
maybe you should respond seriously as well.
私は真剣だよ。
I am being serious though.
レナには私が不真面目そうに見える。
Do I not look serious to you, Rena?
見えるよ。
You don't. Why so serious? Your death should be sufficient punishment. No, please don't kill me. Nice to be loved, huh? Must be nice. You can commit taboos and everything, and you will not be punished, it seems. Then I was giving her tit for tat, and so the room's atmosphere quickly began to grow sharper. She was right. Even though I came here to speak from the heart like this, it's felt like she hasn't been taking this seriously. Obviously, Rena isn't fond of that.
ケイチ君
Keiichi-kun,
もういいよ
you can get up now.
全部話そう
Let's tell her everything.
兄ちゃんもそれを望んでいるようだし
That looks like what Mi-chan wants too. How do you even go about this? Oh yeah, we have the slight suspicion that you kidnapped and killed, the mayor and all of our friends. All your friends dying and going paranoid, that is the only punishment Mion wants. Yeah, kind of. That is arguably worse. I had known it would turn out like this from the beginning. Hadn't I come here prepared for that? I mustered my willpower and bit my lip.
ミオ、おとといリカちゃんとサトコを呼んだろ。
You called Rika-chan and Satoko the day before last, right? Before last, right?
覚えはないけど、
I don't remember doing so.
そう思うに足る根拠があるなら聞かせてもらえる？
If you have a reason to think so, could you let me hear it?
夕方過ぎのお夕食前の時間
It was evening, before dinner time.
リカちゃんが来たはずだよ
Rika-chan should have come
お
here,
醤油の大瓶を持って
bringing a big bottle of soy
お
sauce
裾分けしてもらいに
to have you share some with her. Mion was trying to keep from showing any reaction, but I didn't miss her eyelid twitching just a little bit.
どうしてそう思う？
Why do you think that?
そんなに難しい話じゃない
It's not hard to
みー
understand.
ちゃんも見たでしょ
Mi-chan, you saw it too, didn't
リ
you?
カちゃんの部屋
Rika-chan's room. You go about it without holding anything back and just say it as it is, put all feelings aside. I don't know. I would not be able to do this. Only way is to just spit it out. I know, but I'm someone, I try to choose my words carefully in like harder situations like this. I feel like, yeah, this would be a tough one. I'll just sit there silently, not being able to say a single word. Also, like, they're in a very dangerous situation. This is someone who has kidnapped multiple people and has killed multiple people in very gruesome ways. I wouldn't be here in the first place. Mion put a finger to her forehead and acted like she was
冷や
thinking.
やっこがあるのにお醤油がなかった
There was chilled tofu, but no soy sauce.
そして流しの下にあるはずの醤油の大瓶も瓶ごとなかった
Plus, the big bottle of soy sauce that should have been under the sink was nowhere to be found.
何それ？
What?
それが私のとこへ来る理由になるわけ。
Is that why she would have come here?
ミオ、いい加減にしろ。
Mion dropped the
お
act.
前が自分で回覧板に書いたんじゃないか。
You wrote it yourself on the notice, didn't you?
醤油をお裾分けするって。
That you'd share your soy sauce? Mion scratched her head. I heard her ever so faintly click her tongue. It was as though we found out she'd purposely given too little change to a servant. That's all I could feel from her.
そしてみーちゃんはリカちゃんを隠してしまった
Then, Mi-chan, Rika-chan, you hit her. Not hit, and you know what I mean. Adrenaline might help, yeah, for sure. But still, she's basically the leader of the family. I mean, the grandmother should be somewhere in this house, if she isn't dead already anyway. This type of situation, there is no right or wrong to do things. Putting aside how anyone would normally handle a situation, this is not a normal situation, so it requires a non-conventional way. Yeah, that's true. I love how Mion has this dorky face. This makes it creepier for me because I can't deal with this kind of situation where everyone knows something is up and everything is kind of messed up and one person just acts like nothing is happening. It's so creepy. Then I hesitated for a moment. I could tell that she didn't want to use the word erased and that she was struggling to find another word.
そして本当はそれで終わりのはずだったんだよね。
That was really supposed to be the end, wasn't
み
it?
ーちゃんにとっては。
For you, anyway.
そりゃあどういう意味かな。
What are you talking about?
リカちゃんがみーちゃんの家に行くことをさとこちゃんに言い残していたのは誤算だったんじゃないかな。
You didn't foresee that Rika-chan would tell Satoko-chan that she was going to your house, did you, Mi-chan? That was intense breathing.
そしてさとこちゃんはみーちゃんの家に電話をした。
Then Satoko-chan
う
called.
ちのリカがお邪魔してませんこと？
Might Rika be imposing on you? Yeah,
きっとこんな感じ。
probably just like that. Don't smile like that! She's being super eerie and mega coy about everything. Yeah,
似てる似てる。
you sound just like her.
みーちゃんはちょっとまずいと思ったんだよね。
Mi-chan, you were in a bit of a bind
リ
then,
カちゃんがここに来たことを知る人間がいたから。
because someone knew that Rika-chan had come here.
だからさとこちゃんも誘い出そうと思った。
So you decided to lure Satoko-chan here too.
誘い出す？
Lure her out?
へえ。
Hmm.
どんな感じでかな。
Like how, I wonder? Myan prodded Rana on as if trying to get the good part of an interesting story. She's kind of acting like Oishi in this situation. She dislikes him so much, but in this kind of situation, she's insanely similar to him. I, however, knew I had been watching Myon change the whole time. She was restlessly twirling her fingers. She had clearly lost her calm. Of course, it was a slight thing, and only I, who had been watching her this whole time, would have known. Myon was panicking. What Rana was saying must have been a bullseye.
きっとこんな感じだよ。
It probably went like
さと
this.
こ、
Satoko,
実は今日食事を作りすぎちゃったんだけど食べに来ない？
I actually made too much dinner today, so why not come over and eat?
リカちゃんは先に来てもう食べてるよ。
My cat jumped off from the shelf next to me. Almost into my mic. Oh my gosh. All good. Okay. Just a couple of things have fallen off of my desk. It's all good, all good. Satoko, I actually made too much dinner today, so why not come over and eat? Rika-chan came earlier and already ate some.
こんな感じ。
Something like that. Scratch. Myeon's nails dug into her knee.
へえ。電話の内容の記録テープがあるわけでもないのに、どうしてそこまで。
Hey, there's no recordings of the phone conversations or anything. So how do you know that much?
冷蔵庫にさとこちゃんの作った2人分の
My
お夕食が
gosh.
まるまる手つかずでラップに包まれて入ってたから。
Definitely poisoned that tea. I do not want to drink that tea. I hope they don't drink it. Cat's just helping with the atmosphere, yeah. Adding to the creepiness with random noises. I know it because the dinners that Satoko-chan made for the two of them was plastic wrapped in their refrigerator and hadn't been touched. For a few moments, Myeon's face was frozen in utter amazement. She looked like she couldn't believe that this person in front of her was Rena.
そんなことで。どうやったら電話で喋った内容まで察しがついちゃうわけ？
Damn, and I really should go work for the police. My gosh. With just that to go on, how did you even guess what we said over the phone?
長くなるから説明は省くけど、
It's a long explanation, so I'll get to the point.
冷蔵庫の中身がみーちゃんの呼び出した話の内容まで如実に物語っちゃってるの。
The contents of that refrigerator provided a vivid account of what you said over the phone when you lured her over. Yon's jaw remained on the floor. That was the only way I could describe her face. She seems flustered, yeah.
これは
Oh no. That's...
とんだ名探偵が身近にいたもんだよ。
I had no idea I had such an incredible detective right next to me the whole time. Ah. And before we move on from the black screen, unfortunately, it is ad break time again. I tried to snooze it the most I could, but I have no more snoozes left, so we need to take a break. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. But it's only 3 minutes, only 3 minutes. So yeah, we'll be back in 3 minutes. If you need to take a break, rest your eyes, stretch your legs, get a drink, get a snack, feel free to do that right now. I'll be back, I swear. Thank you for the hydrate and untrip and stretch. Thank you. Let me put up my BRB. Enjoy the sad music and the suspense. Because shit is going down in just a few minutes. No way! Alright, I'll be right back. Okay. I hope you guys are ready. I'm ready. I'm so ready. I'm more than ready. I got random French ads. Oh, they know you speak le français? Le français? Je t'aime, Diana. Oh, that was the best French I could muster. I'm sorry. Big Brother Google is listening. Yeah. Welcome back. Thank you. Welcome back to you as well. Hope you all had a nice little break. And let's get back into this. Enjoy your sin and twist. Hell yeah. I had no idea I had such an incredible detective right next to me the whole time.
まさか冷蔵庫の中身だけで電話の内容まで見破るとは。
Can't believe you'd figure out everything down to the phone conversation just from what was inside the fridge.
参ったな。
You've got me there.
参った参った。
You've got me. You've got me. Magnifique. Oui, pour Trident comme je t'aime aussi, ma belle. Aw. I don't know what does that. Oh, it's Trident gum. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's the most French I've spoken in like what 10 years. I'm so bad at the pronunciation. I'm so sorry. As if a damn had burst. Mayan, I can't speak anymore. Mayan convulsed into laughter. Her laughter, though, definitely didn't make us want to laugh as well. Myeon grew tired of her dumb laughter, heaved a big sigh, and scratched her head. It almost seemed like Myeon had lost a detective punishment game for the club or something, and a punishment had been decided. Oh, how fun that would have been if it were true.
とんだ名探偵か。
An incredible detective.
みーちゃんこそ大石さんがした会話の内容までよく察しがつくね。
Mi-chan, you're the one who guessed what Oishi-san told us.
大石さんも私のこととんだ名探偵って言ったもの。
He called me an incredible detective, too. It's the guessing game. That's what they're playing here. I've heard worse. I'm glad. Glad I'm not the worst you've heard. You're better than me. And I've been chilling in Brittany for like 4 months now. Well, thanks for the compliments, guys. As soon as she heard Oishi-san's name, Myeon's eyes began to display panic more clearly, so that anyone would be able to tell.
ミオ警察はもうとっくにお前を疑ってるんだ。
The police have suspected you for a long time
こ
now.
の家も大石さんの部下が踏み込もうと今も様子を伺ってる。
Oishi-san's officers have had the house under observation so that they could break in at any time. Why are they telling her this? Myeon attempted to feign calm, but it looked like she was having a hard time with that. Part of her couldn't believe that the police had her surrounded, and she closely examined Rena's facial expression. However, she couldn't detect a hint of falsehood. What is it with that smirk? Yeah, why does he tell her that? I don't know. Maybe because, after all, she's their friend. They're really hoping they can convince her. Yeah. They're hoping they can get her to to confess her crimes so she can get a lighter sentence. I mean, even after everything, she is still their friend, although I would be hard-pressed to call someone my friend after they kidnapped and killed all of my other friends, you know? Finally, Myeon seemed to accept the fact that the police were encircling the house.
村長さんもみーちゃんが
Was the mayor Mi-chan too?
富武さんと高野さんもミオンなのか？
Or Tomitake-san and Takano-san, you as well? Mion didn't answer our rapid-fire questions. I could clearly see the impatience in her eyes, which were still feigning calm. Oh, that's a cute smile. That's the cutest smile she's had this entire series. What? It's such a small little smile. Oh no. I feel bad now. It's the puppy eyes and the puppy smile, you know. At last, Mion, who had been sitting here lazily, readjusted her cushion and sat herself upright. At that moment, the atmosphere in the room changed completely. Mion's expression also changed. The impatience and wonderment in her expression disappeared, and she became so solemn you would think she was about to conduct a tea ceremony. I could sense it. It was now, in this moment. Mion had ceased to be Mion, but had changed into Mion Sonozaki, the current heir to the Sonozaki house. That solemn atmosphere about her was clearly abnormal, and was entirely different from that of the Mion that I knew. Now I could believe it. Now I could believe it. That she was the young leader who commanded the entire Sonozaki clan. Mion quietly placed both her hands on the tatami mat and gave a beautifully elegant bow, as if this really were a tea ceremony, and named herself.
初めてご挨拶申し上げます。
What? I think that they convinced someone that killed 3 people, one of which was her sister in morbid ways. Yeah. I think this is not gonna work out. We meet for the first time.
園崎本家当主跡継ぎ
I am the current heir to the Sonozaki house.
ミオンでございます。
My name is Mion. Her voice is so different now, my gosh. Mion's movements were so elegant, they could cut, and we couldn't even answer her. All Rena and I could do was watch, baffled at her actions, which we could never imagine the normal her doing.
本日はようこそ園崎本家においでくださいました。
I would like to welcome you to the Sonozaki main house today.
当主お寮に代わりまして
I will greet you
皆様
all
にご挨拶申し上げます。
in place of our leader, Oryu.
皆様におかれましてはいろいろお尋ねになりたいことがおありの様子。
It seems as though you have various things you would like to ask. That split personality? She's a totally different person now. I wonder if this is quite literally the demon that she has, you know, due to her being the Sonozaki heir. Sounds like me when I'm in... yeah, that is me at work trying to be a professional. It seems as though you have various things you would like to ask.
私にお話しできることでしたら包み隠さずお話ししたいと存じます。
If I can be of any assistance, then I would like to answer, without concealing anything. What? What did Mion just say? Mion said she would answer anything we asked. There was a strong light of resolve in her eyes.
本当に何を尋ねてもいいんだな。
It's really alright if we ask anything then?
知る限りをお話しいたしましょう。
I shall tell you everything I know.
皆様もそれを望んでここにいらしたのでしょうから。
That is why you have come here after all. Rena and I exchanged glances. There was a mountain of things we wanted to ask Mion. However, we hesitated for a moment on what we should ask first. Thank you for the lurk, Burmo! Hope you enjoy it! The political words are too confusing for Keiichi, yeah. The first question Rena gave was extremely abstract, but it was the question everyone wanted to know right now.
どうしてこんなことを？
Why would you do this?
If I were a gigantic weeb, I'd probably be impressed by you.
That was what I wanted to ask as well. Why would you do this? That didn't only go for Rika-chan and Satoko. It went for the mayor, Takano-san, and Tomitake-san as well. No, even further back, for all the incidents that have been occurring every year. For a little while, Mion couldn't respond. A head shake from Spooky. I was thinking, should I just reply with SMH my head? But then I thought, just doing it would, make my feelings come across clear. For a little while, Mian couldn't respond. Right when we realized that the question was too vague and tried to put it into more concrete terms, she finally opened her mouth to speak.
その問いに対する答えは少し長いものになります。
To answer that question will take some time.
それでもよろしければどうかご清聴いただきたく存じます。
If that is acceptable, however, then I would by all means like you to hear it. She spoke clearly. She spoke with a clarity that a grandmother might use when telling a story from a long time ago.
ひなみ沢村がかつて鬼ヶ淵村と呼ばれていたことをご存知です。
Man, I really wonder if this split personality thing she's got going on right now is really because of that demon. If the heir of the Sonozaki family inherits the demon, then Oryo falling ill might mean that the demon is leaving her. If it's like quite literally a demon possession in this case, that would be what I could imagine. And that would explain her having this sort of split personality in a way. Lore dump incoming for sure. Let's go. Let's deep dive into Hinamizawa lore. Oh, that music is fantastic. My god. Hold on. Before we dive into it, hold on. I had to write it down. I'm sorry. Oh, they have demon blood or something? Yeah. All the villagers in Hinamizawa should have demon blood, but specifically for the Sonozaki family, they mentioned that you inherit a demon, which is also what the tattoo on her back should symbolize. Do you know that Hinamizawa village used to be called Onigafuchi village? Rena nodded lightly, then shot me a glance asking me if I did. I returned her nod. Hinamizawa was once called Onigafuchi village, yes. I heard all about it that night from Takano-san in the ritual storehouse. They firmly believed that demon blood ran through their veins and cut off all contact with the outside world. They were worshipped by those in the village at the foot of the mountains and treated like transcendents, those capable of magic.
そうです。
That's right.
鬼ヶ淵村のご先祖様たちは鬼の血を引く誇り高き仙人たちでした。
Our ancestors in Onigafuchi village were proud transcendents descended from the demons.
ふもとの村々の人たちは崇め、そして敬いました。
Those in the villages at the foot of the mountains worshipped and honored them.
ですが、そういう空気も徳川の世が終わるとともに廃れていきました。
Nevertheless, that all decayed with the end of the Tokugawa era. The black ships arrived. The era of the samurai ended. The era of national isolation ended. The tradition of worshipping Onigafuchi village quickly disappeared. Those things that linger from the past were all to be detested. Yeah, but there's always a group of people who will continue on with questionable traditions, like gutting people, for example. Only because an era ends doesn't mean that the mindset of people will shift that easily. That was the kind of era it became.
明治になり、古い歴史を持つ鬼ヶ淵村の名称は一方的にhinamizawa村に改められてしまいました。
The Meiji era began, and the name of Onigafuchi village with its long history was forcibly changed to Hinamizawa village.
古い因習を一掃しようとする明治政府の思惑が強く働いたのだと聞かされています。
I've heard the Meiji government strongly wished to erase the old customs, the abolition of feudal domains, and the establishment of prefectures. An era had begun, seeing Japan sprinting up the stairs that were beyond their means to try and reach the same level of the rest of the world. All things in the Western style were to be extolled, while all old traditional things were to be scorned. That was the sort of era it was.
そういう時代の激変の中で 滝壺に落ちていく花びらのように。
Ah, yes, it's white people's fault as always. I mean, I think in the ritual storehouse they were talking about how in Hinamizawa, or like, I guess Japan specifically, I don't know what era it was in, they specifically didn't want any outsiders, any Westerners, anyone coming here. So that is specifically why I think, didn't they say that was why they were working together with the demons? I think the demons ended up killing everyone who came here. And I guess after that, they try to get rid of those customs. Because, well, that mindset had shifted over time. That is correct, yeah. Our ancestors in Onigafuchi village were proud transcendents descended from the
あっと
demons.
いう間に鬼ヶ淵村は消えてしまったのです。
Onigafuchi village disappeared in a flash. At last, Japan, provoked by the great European powers colonizing countries in Asia one by one, began a policy to increase its wealth and military power so that it could stand as a global power in its own right. I don't know, this is kind of interesting because last night we had a soundtrack that I really liked that was called Fascism. It kind of ties in with this. That's pretty Meiji. Yeah. The war beforehand was over whether or not to open to the west. Yeah, exactly. They explained this whole thing to us in the ritual storehouse. I kind of forgot about it until now, but yes, that is technically what happened. Conscription began and they won war after war. The first Sino-Japanese War and the Russo-Japanese War, and until the Pacific War broke out. They recklessly climbed the staircase towards modernization.
この頃にはもう鬼ヶ淵村の不可侵性は失われていました。
At the time, Onigafuchi village had already lost its impenetrability.
かつて仙人と崇められた村人たちは非人扱いを受け、
The villagers, once worshipped as transcendents, were now on the receiving end of inhuman treatment.
神聖な鬼ヶ淵村はいつの間にか合病患者の隔離集落の慣れの果てであるという根も葉もないレッテルを貼られ、苦難の時代を迎えることになったのでした。
I make the white people joke because the black ships were the Americans and Portuguese. Oh, I didn't even know that. That's interesting context. The sacred Onigafuchi village had been groundlessly labeled an isolated village of those afflicted with incurable diseases, a mere shadow of its former self, and stood on the precipice of an era of hardship. I like that we're getting a little history lesson with Higurashi too. Thus began harsh days where one would suffer unreasonable discrimination just because people knew one was from Onigafuchi. The children in the village at the foot of the mountain were taught not to go near Hinamizawa because filthy germs were rampant there. I don't remember it being so... or it feeling like a history lesson in the anime. I feel like that did not have a big role in the anime. They may have mentioned something like that in the course of the later episodes, but I don't remember this. Or maybe I didn't understand it because I did watch this when I was very young. And I was probably like, yeah, a little dumb in the brain, you know? I was like, oh, cool! People are killing each other in this anime! Wow! The children in the village at the foot of the mountain were taught not to go near Hinamizawa because filthy germs were rampant there. Children who had come into contact with children in Hinamizawa would cry and wail as their parents purified the spot they were touched by rubbing salt on it. One of the adults said to the children that if you got lost in Hinamizawa, you would be kidnapped by demons, cut up into pieces, and devoured. Never, ever go near the terrifying village of the man-eating demons. That's what he taught them. Another said that during a famine long ago, The people of Hinamizawa gathered up all the corpses they discarded into the dry riverbeds, then cooked and ate them in order to survive. Groundless stories, but said in such seriousness. Probably cut it down a lot, yeah, I bet. This is a lot of context just to explain Myeon's justifications. Yeah, this goes back a while. And it doesn't justify her actions in the slightest is the worst part of all of this. Baseless slander added to baseless slander, making Onikafuchi's village's historically accurate, thrilling history all the more believable. Perhaps the chain of undue discrimination was a manifestation of the people's anxiety towards the uncertain times. Of course, the story didn't end only with the perspective of children. If anyone found out you were from Onigafuchi, you would be turned down from any job you applied for. People would even go back on engagements and marriage proposals. As for the marriages, where one partner had lied about it, as soon as the truth got out, they were made to divorce. This is rough. I kill people because outsiders were assholes to us 100 years ago. Yeah, totally understandable. Don't worry about it at all. We love when you justify things with stupid history. 500 BC! Yeah, basically, 500 BC, people were kind of ass to us, so now I have to go on a killing spree. Because I'm not over it. This makes me think even more that this really is a demon that is being passed down from generation to generation, and that demon specifically is harboring all of these feelings. I cannot imagine a random, like, middle to high school girl giving a shit about what happened, so many years ago.
裁判も起こしました。
It even caused trials.
出身の問題は離婚する重要な理由にはなり得ないと訴えて。
I mean, unless your family indoctrinates you so much that that is what you believe in the end. They would appeal that where one came from wasn't an important enough reason to
でも
divorce.
敗訴しました。
They would, however, lose their
出
case.
身の虚偽は結婚の上での重大な詐称行為にあたるのだそうで。
Lying about one's birthplace apparently constitutes a heavy act of misrepresentation in marriage.
ひどいね
That's
そんなの
terrible. I've heard about such discrimination towards those in small villages in civics class. Just because others knew you were from a tiny hamlet, you would be subjected to every societal disadvantage there was, a modern form of bullying. Though I only memorized that because it was going to be on a test one time. Was probably made to care too. The history was probably beaten into her. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I recall being suspicious about it and unable to believe such discrimination occurred in modern Japan.
まあ、自業自得と言えないこともないのかもしれません。
If only Keiichi knew what is going on in the world currently, he wouldn't be much happier. Well, I suppose I can't say that they weren't asking for
私
it.
たちのご先祖様は自分たちに鬼の血が流れていることを誇りに思い自慢し麓の人々を蔑んで暮らしてきたのですからね。
Our ancestors were proud of the demon blood flowing through them. They lived their lives boasting about it and scorning those at the foot of the mountain after all.
その神秘性で麓の村人たちを怖がらせ畏怖と貢ぎ物の献上を要求してきたのですから。
They struck fear into the villagers down there with their mystique and demanded gifts of dread and tribute. With that, Myeon smiled for the first time, albeit in self-mockery.
太平洋戦争中は国民一丸のスローガンが流れながらもひなみ沢村の人々は様々な差別を受け続けました。
During the Pacific War, despite the slogans that all the country was acting as one, those from Hinamizawa continued to suffer all manner of discrimination.
数え出したらキリがないくらい
There were too many ways to count.
夫や息子を戦場に送り出し15の女たちも心がすさんでいたのでしょうね。
They would send their husbands and sons to war, and the women on the home front would suffer greatly
当
too.
時をよく覚えている祖母はそれは苦しい時代だったと回想しています。
My grandmother remembers it well. She remembers it being a difficult time. I mean, imagine if wartime wasn't a difficult time. All this info is nice and dandy, but it really doesn't matter. It's nice to learn about the history, but also she's really just trying to justify her actions. And I don't know how I feel about that, because no matter what she says, she can't convince me that abducting and killing people was a good thing. Even that bitterly long war, however, finally ended in 1945.
多数の男手を失ったひなみ沢にもようやく父や夫、息子たちが戻ってまいりました。
Hinamizawa had lost many male hands, but at last their fathers and husbands and sons returned to
も
them.
ちろん帰らぬ者も多かった。
Of course, there were also many who didn't come back.
それでも男手がなく村を維持することにすら限界をきたしていたひなみ沢にとってそれはとても喜ばしいことでした。
Nevertheless, for those in Hinamizawa who were at their limits, barely able to maintain the village without the men, their return was a very happy thing. MacArthur's GHQ set to work on drastically improving mindsets and strove for the abolition of unfair discrimination. What is GHQ in this case? General Headquarters? Thank you. They could feel day breaking on the dismal night that was the previous
廃
era.
村寸前だったひなみ沢をもう一度立て直そう。
Hinamizawa was on the verge of turning into a ghost town.
そういう機運が高まり、村人たちは村を少しでも豊かにするために働き始めました。
Those in the village started to say that they would rebuild it once again, and got to work trying to make the village even a little more plentiful. Heiichi acting like the Buraku case. Is that what they were talking about? System doesn't still exist in Japan to this day, and you can lose jobs if people find out your ancestors were from the lower... I don't know how to pronounce it. I'm sorry. But yeah, I mean, this is like, what, 40 years ago? Their whole history right now? Or this whole scenario right now? Aside from him being, dead. And not existing, yeah. Still happens today, unfortunately. I must be out of it. Couldn't brain. Must fully... And GHQ, yeah, when I read the explanation, I was like, duh. Arthur was in charge of the American occupation of Japan, I believe. Oh, hello, Teeny! Welcome in, how are you? During that time, someone appeared who built up a fortune through a vast number of dealings in the black market. That was Mion's grandfather, the husband of the elderly current family leader, Sohei Sonozaki.
宗平は中国大陸に出兵し、ハルピンで食料倉庫の管理をしていたといい、撤退時に上官や仲間たちと共謀して、軍の缶詰をごっそりと盗み出していたのでした。
Did you get any sleep yesterday? I got sleep, but only because I slept till 2 p.m. Gosh, 12 p.m. If Higurashi is set in 1980s, then World War II was within living memory of the character's parents. Yes, exactly. They remember all of this too well still. It's not that long ago for them. Sleepers for the weak. Hi, I'm weak. Only the EU people on the Discord were suffering last night. Are you getting lower? What did I miss? TLDR? We're confronting Mion about abducting and killing people. The police have surrounded her house, and now she's giving us a very lengthy history lesson as a justification for abducting and killing multiple people. Yep, that's basically it. We're getting lots of history lore dump right now. Sohei said that he managed food warehouses in Harbin after being dispatched to the Chinese mainland. When it was time to pull out, he conspired with his superiors and comrades and stole a great deal of the army's canned goods. Oh, canned goods?
それを瀬戸内海某所に隠し、闇市で高値で売りさばいて大きな富を得たのです。
He hid them somewhere in the Seto Inland Sea and sold them widely at high price on the black market, thus earning a fortune. Sohei didn't spend that fortune for his own pleasure either. He entrusted this entire amount to his wife and the head of the Sonozaki house.
廃れたひなみ沢を復興させよう。
Let's revive this ruined village.
村人すべては家族であり、
No.
この富は共有の財産である。
Canned goods, yeah. She sounds so different. Well, she is very different right now. It's kind of like she has a split personality. That's the canned meat incident. Yeah, just, it's not that bad. If this is the canned meat incident, I'm not sure. Could be worse. Could be worse. Let's revive this ruined village. All who live here are our family, and this fortune is our collective property.
現当主である祖母はそう宣言しました。
So he proclaimed to my grandmother, the current head of the family.
この大きな富は、その後のひなみ沢の復興の大きな力となったのです。
That vast fortune was the huge reason why Hinamizawa was revitalized after the war. I see. With that, Hinamizawa came back to life, and that's how the Sonozaki family had established its current prosperity. I like how Keiichi struggles to grasp the simplest situations, like in Oishi-san's car, but he can fully grasp what is going on here right now.
もちろん、闇市で財を成したことを妬む人たちも大勢いましたが、もう村人は気にしなかった。
Of course, there were many people who begrudged the money coming from the black market, but the villagers no longer minded it. They succeeded at one business venture after another. Those who had succeeded freely supported those who followed them. A giant family of Hinamizawa, tied together with strong bonds, kept on expanding its influence. The Sonozaki family, the center of everything, would be extolled for a long time as the minds behind Hinamizawa's revitalization.
その活躍の中心人物がみーちゃんのおばあちゃんなんだね。
Sohei is legit. Myeon, why you dishonor him, right? The person at the middle of all of it was your Nana, Mi-chan.
すごいよね。
That's
大
amazing.
活躍。
What a great success. Myeon looked like she was honestly happy Rana praised her.
ですが、昭和30年頃にまたしても逆風が吹き始めます。
However, around 1955, the wind started blowing in the other direction again.
それが
Oh no, never mind. Never mind. This is the actual canned flesh incident. Oh boy. Rana is there too? Yeah, we're confronting her with Rana because Rana didn't want to let us go alone. However, around 1955, the wind started blowing in the other direction again because of the canned flesh incident. Canned flesh. It sounded so hideous that just hearing it made me nauseous.
祖父園崎宗平の上官だったと名乗る男が告白したのです。
Oh no. Someone naming himself as my grandfather Sohei Sonozaki's superior
あの
confessed.
缶詰は
Ah!
人肉の缶詰だったと。
Ah! No! No, this is exactly what I thought it was! I don't like it! I don't like that my suspicion is right! Oh no! Someone naming himself as my grandfather Sohei Sonozaki's superior confessed that those canned goods had been human flesh. Hinamizawa, a village in which demons lived and ate humans. They were just about to wipe away that cursed stigma. Ah! The light they had finally started to see in their peaceful lives grew hazy and disappeared. The shocking truth, as revealed by his former superior. I don't remember this in the anime. I don't remember them talking about human canned flesh. I mean, if they were from the army, there was no way it could be true. The stolen provisions from the old Japanese army that had been a huge cornerstone for Hinamizawa's revival had been canned human flesh. Maybe they didn't actually steal it? Why were there cans like that? Wasn't Sohei just the manager of food warehouses? His superior revealed that Sohei Zanozaki did not have the job of managing the food.
実は宗平は戦時中、ハルピンでペストネズミの駆除や伝染病患者の死体運搬の仕事をさせられていたのでした。
What? In reality, Sohei's job during the war had been to exterminate pestilent mice and to transport the corpses of those with infectious diseases. Please don't tell me those are the corpses being put into the cans. It had been unfair treatment, and all because of the lowliness of his origins. As a result, though, he had returned safely without having been sent to the front lines or being detained. Perhaps that was the only fortunate thing to happen to him. Finally, Sohei was enlisted as an assistant at a military medical institution. There, however, he found something even worse than the low score and depressing customs of Onigafuchi village in the research they were carrying out. Could that have been, well, you know, the bacteriological corpse in the old Japanese army or whatever? Why is this not voiced? Keiichi-kun, you've heard of that? What could it be? I was pretty sure it was Unit 731. It was a nightmare unit that devoted itself to researching terrifying bacteriological weapons to break the deadlock in the war. They used many innocent people as fodder for horrible human experiments. They methodically observed how many days a new strain would take to kill the victims. I did not know this. Is this like actual history? How many days it would be when injected? How many days it would be when swallowed? They dissected many people to find that out. Sometimes they wouldn't bother waiting until they were dead and dissected them while they were still alive. What the fuck? It is? Holy shit. They would strap them into centrifuges while still alive and crush them in decompression chambers while still alive. When a live human decompresses, all the holes in their body get pushed outwards, and their intestines get pushed out of their anus like a snake winding out of it. I have a feeling I saw something like that on a documentary one time. You saw that? That makes me sick. And they still hate Hinamizawa, huh? Why? No, this is not... You're not gonna... This is horrible. Yes, it is. But... this is not justification still. You said it. Myon agreed with me, giving a faint, sad smile. It wasn't much in the way of communication, but for some reason, I was happy to have it right now. The unit Sohei was in did way kinder research than that. They were researching concrete methods for reducing the difficulty of delivering food on the battlefield. Oh... The military's designs at the start of the war completely fell apart, and a chronic food shortage broke out all over the battlefront. The food shortage led to malnutrition, and as their natural resistances lowered, the soldiers fell to one disease after another. Spirit and morale lowered as well. They wouldn't be able to maintain their forces at this rate. I mean, yeah, if you know that you're probably just gonna starve to death, morale is gonna be low. Apparently, that's where the research started. At first, it was to find methods of delivering food to battlefields. It was very broad, and including things from violent methods like stealing it from citizens to survival, methods like how to cook unfamiliar insects and plant life. As they were working out the details, they kept straying off course and going out of control, until they finally knocked down a door called Taboo. What do you think the easiest source of protein on a battlefield is? I hate to say it, but they're right. As fucked up as that is, that is technically correct. Rana and I knew the answer without being told, so we didn't answer. That's right.
彼らは人間を食材として扱う方法を研究していたのです。
Man, I was just kidding earlier about using the body parts if they're already dead, you know? I was just kidding. I didn't know this was actually something that... I was just kidding earlier. That's right. They were researching ways to handle using humans as
彼
food.
らは時には敵の、時には戦友の血肉をハンデでも戦い抜くことが国に報いる究極の奉仕になる。
Fighting onwards, sometimes eating the flesh of enemies and sometimes that of allies, became the ultimate service paid to their country.
そういう教義を大真面目に組み上げていったのです。
They were deathly serious about this doctrine.
滑稽な話ですね。
It really is a riot.
祖父を人肉食いと蔑んでおきながら、自分たちはさらにその上を言っていたのですから。
It would be in abundance as well. My grandfather was despised as someone who ate human flesh, and yet they had gone above and beyond
祖
that.
父はいつも思っていたそうです。
Apparently, he always thought about it too.
たとえ自分が卑しい食人鬼だとしても、彼らはそれよりもはるかに醜い鬼なんだと。
Even if he was a vulgar man-eating demon, they were far more ugly demons than
だ
he.
からいくら蔑まれたってちっとも答えないと。
So no matter how much he was scorned, he wouldn't put up with it. At last, they had a handful of test prototypes. When the soldiers learned it was human flesh, however, the scientists couldn't make anyone eat it. So it was apparently sent to the front lines. The cans were labeled meat substitutes, and so that they wouldn't accidentally eat it themselves, they stamped the bottoms with a circle.
お腹を空かせた前線の
Oh
兵隊さんには
man.
どの試作品もとても好評だったそうです。
They should at least know what they're eating, man. You can't just make them eat human flesh and keep it from them. What the fuck? They should have the choice. Nothing a little salt can... Fuck no. Nuh-uh. The starved soldiers on the front lines apparently loved all the prototypes they were sent.
中でも醤油で煮たすき焼き風のものが一番好評だったそうで。
Among them, those who cooked it in soy sauce like it was sukiyaki loved it the most.
もうやめてよみーちゃん。
Yeah, please stop. Come on, Mi-chan, stop.
気分が悪くなってきた。
I'm getting sick to my stomach. Oh man, this is nasty. I have food right next to me and suddenly I don't feel like eating it anymore. Very few people would have eaten it though. Yeah, but like... I feel like if they're on the brink of death, they might eat it. At least they know they have the choice, but to be honest, maybe it's better that they didn't know. That will destroy you mentally, knowing that you're eating human flesh. Even if you're doing it out of desperation because you're literally starving to death. Maybe it's best that they didn't know. Oh, I'm not a fan of this. It's a shitty situation either way. I can eat my food without it. No, I can't. This is making me sick too. This is really disturbing. Rana really was pale-faced, and she looked like she was having difficulty continuing to sit on her knees. Mion looked like she had more to say, but she sighed lightly and stopped there.
じゃあ、そのミオンのじいさんが持ち帰ったという缶詰は
They were worried about morale. Yeah, this is not gonna boost morale. Yeah, I get it. I get it. It doesn't make me happy though. It's a horrible issue. That is the price of war. Yep. Then, those canned goods your grandpa brought back.
真偽はわかりません。
I don't know if it's
晩
true.
年まで宗平は人肉であることを否定し続けました。
Sohei denied it was human flesh up until the day he
で
died.
すが、ひなみ沢の急激な復興を妬む人々は、人肉を売って財を成した鬼畜と呼び、村人をまたしても蔑み始めたのです。
However, those who begrudged Hinamizawa's sudden revival called him a savage for making a fortune from selling human flesh, and the villagers began to be scorned again. Rana sick to her stomach after murder rampage last arc. I mean, didn't she only kill 2 people technically? And, you know, she killed them in relatively humane ways. I feel like killing someone and eating someone are two different things. But yeah. Oh, sniped. Wait, is the message still there? Okay. It's not. Okay. And I didn't eat the, yeah, she didn't eat the people. Only killed 2 people. Listen, in comparison, that's relatively mild. Gotta see everything and, you know, gotta see the bigger picture. However, those who begrudged Hinamizawa's sudden revival called him a savage for making a fortune from selling human flesh, and the villagers began to be scorned again.
また子供たちが生やし立てられ石を投げつけられる時代に戻ってしまったのです
They returned to a time where children would be jeered at and have rocks thrown at them. My god! The only time Spooky's condoning— No, I'm not condoning killing, what the fuck? I'm only saying, in this game, compared to everything that's going on, that was relatively mild. The 3 murders, it's labeled serial killing. Well, she's not a serial killer yet. The stifling silence came back. What a seriously hopeless and sad story it was. They discriminated, were discriminated against, discriminated, and were discriminated again. Against, sorry. Why must they attach worth and rank to it? Why can't they live without looking down on people? Why can't everyone enjoy life together? Ah yes, world peace. Wouldn't that be something? What a concept, am I right? I didn't know.
当主である祖母はある時村の子供たちにこう言いました
My grandmother, the family head, once told the children of the village this. If they throw a stone at one of you, then 2 of you must throw stones back. The children asked her, what if they threw stones at 2 of us? Of course, the answer was simple.
2人に石を投げられたら4人で石を
If they throw stones at 2 of you, throw them back with 4.
8人に棒で覆われたら16人で追い返し
If they chase 8 of you with sticks, drive them off with 16. In the end, it all just comes down to trauma. In this case, generational trauma. So many arcs left to go, plenty of people left to kill.
30人に中傷されたなら60人で怒鳴り返せと
If they slander 30 of you, yell back with 60. Finally, the children asked, what if we were attacked by 1,000 people? Even that answer was simple.
1000人に襲われたならひなみ沢の全員で立ち向かいなさい
If 1,000 people attack you, then everyone in Hinamizawa will stand up against
そ
them.
れは決起を促す劇のようですらありました
It was a manifesto to spur people into action.
祖母は園崎本家当主としてだけでなくひなみ沢の母太郎として立ち上がったのです
My grandmother rose up not only as the leader of the Sonozaki house, but as the mother of Hinamizawa. It was halfway through 1955. It was a time when riots over the treaty with the US were rampant, a time of battle and action. The people of Hinamizawa joined together and fought, treating unfair discrimination towards one as a crime against them all. It didn't matter whether that one was a child or an adult. If they heard that a child had been told off, then everyone would crowd the house of the perpetrator, acting as a whole. Get a strong township resolve. It is. It's honestly impressive, although very messed up and scary. If they heard an adult had been treated unfairly, men and women, young and old, would all band together and stand up against it. If you meddled with people from Hinamizawa, you would be in trouble. They probably figured that if they could make others think that, they'd win.
ケイちゃんも 町で不良に絡まれた時、たくさんの人たちに助けられたのを思い出しませんか？
Kei-chan, do you remember how many people came to help you when you got involved with those delinquents in town? Oh boy, do I remember. I recalled how much of an impression it had left on me. That the people of Hinamizawa boldly came to my rescue, yet the people of Okinomiya averted their eyes so they wouldn't get involved.
祖母が戦い、両親がそれを引き継ぎ、
My grandmother fought and my parents carried on the fight.
ようやくひなみ沢にも平和が戻った。
At last, peace returned to Hinamizawa.
もっとも、その平和もとても薄い皮の上に乗ったものです。
Of course, that peace had been placed on a razor's edge. As if they were like possessed, yeah. It's like they can sense when someone from Hinamizawa is being attacked. And yet, 30 to 40 years later, they start turning on each other. Yep, exactly! Exactly! It doesn't matter. You're from Hinamizawa? Mion will kill you regardless. Deiichi, remember this one thing that specifically benefited you because you were on my good side? Yeah! Yeah, oh my god! Gaslighting him into believing that this is all justified, this is all fine, this is all good. My gosh. Everyone is playing dirty this chapter. I'm not gonna be convinced. She can't convince me.
この100年の歴史を見れば、今の平穏など揺れ返す天秤のたまたまの狭間としか言えないでしょう。
When you consider the previous 100 years of history, their tranquility now can only be called a chance interval, standing on uneven scales.
どうして？
Why? Could I really have an opinion on such a long and difficult history when I hadn't moved here more than a year ago? I feel like she gave a lot of details. I feel like you're allowed to have an opinion on this whole thing. The police are all recording this at the other end of the mic too. Oh my god, yes, I forgot they're listening and they're like, interesting. Oh man.
どうして？
Oh shit.
みんなで仲良く暮らし合えないんだよ。
Yet I said it anyway. Why can't everyone just live in peace? I know, right? Peace, what a
高野
concept.
さんに聞いたお社様の昔話はどうなったんだよ。
What happened to those old stories of Oyashiro-sama that I heard from Takano-san? Man and demon joined hands and lived together in harmony. Didn't Oyashiro-sama remain in this world to watch over that?
おとぎ話です。
It's a fairy tale.
人と鬼は実在しても、それを調停するお社様は実在しなかったということです。
I mean, that even if those people and the demons were real, the Oyashiro-sama who mediated between them wasn't.
それでお社様のたたりを起こすことになったの。
Is that why Oyashiro-sama's curse happens? Cool gust of wind blows in from outside, fluttering Mion's long, beautifully clear hair. Mion kept her refreshing smile without answering, didn't even change her expression, but even that became a silent answer.
ひなみ沢村を再び鬼ヶ淵村のように。
Peace? No way. There'll never be peace if no one's willing to forgive. I think it's Mion discovering that she's being listened into. That will do Keiichi in. Yep. So that Hinamizawa village might once more be like Onigafuchi
崇
village.
められるに足る神聖な存在に。
So that we may be a sacred existence worthy of worship.
そ
I'm
れ
thinking
が
a bit far.
我ら鬼ヶ淵村の末裔の悲願であり、
I feel like worship is a bit far, you know? You could just be accepted. That would be enough. You don't have to be worshipped necessarily. High school kids talking about world peace like that. This wasn't a problem humanity has struggled with for thousands of years. Literally, ever since humanity has existed, this has been a problem. If only it was so simple. Yes, world peace is gorgeous, beautiful. What a beautiful thing. Unfortunately, not quite as easy to achieve. That was the earnest wish of our ancestors in Onigafuchi,
園崎本家の鬼を継ぐ者の宿命なのです。
and the mission of those who inherit the demon in the Sonozaki main family.
鬼を継ぐ者？
those who inherit the demon?
我が園崎本家は代々当主の名に鬼の一字を加える習慣があるのです。
For generations, the Sonozaki family has had a custom of including the character for demon in the leaders' names. Right, I forgot. Keiichi doesn't know this. We know this because we had, what was it? Takano's scrapbook? But yeah, Keiichi doesn't know any of this.
私の名前を手のひらにでも書いていただければ一目瞭然かと。
If you write out my name on your hand, it should appear plain as day. I trace out the word Mion on the palm of my hand. Oh, she's right. The character for demon is in there.
名前だけではありませんよ。
Not only in my name either.
この体にも鬼が刻まれているのです。
The demon is engraved on my body as well. I like, we were talking about how this was probably drilled into her as a child. I mean, they even went so far as to put a whole ass tattoo all across her back so she wouldn't forget about this. This has been drilled into her, quite literally. When she said that, she quietly rose and began to lay her hand on her clothing.
いいよみーちゃん。
It's okay,
見
Mi-chan.
せる必要なんて全然ない。
You don't need to show us, okay?
ありがとう。
Thank you. With just that exchange, I guessed what she meant. Most likely, somewhere on her body, there was a permanent seal, such as a tattoo or marking, that proved that she inherited the demon. Mion didn't sit back down. She smoothly opened the paper door onto the porch. A refreshing breeze began to cleanse the damp air filling the room. Mion quietly gazed out at the wide yard for quite a while. On her shoulders was something I could never imagine the normal Mion carrying. It was the heavy, truly heavy history of Hinamizawa. No, of Onigafuchi weighing down on them. Man, the family trauma is real. It's hard because the way to prevent it is to ensure everyone has enough resources, but people don't like giving up their resources, and taking resources by force causes uprising. Yeah, it's just an endless cycle. And it is hard to break. Man, what a thing to lay on a young child. She has to live with this on her shoulders her whole life. This doesn't justify what she does, but fuck, do I feel bad for her. What kind of words could I possibly say to a Mion like that? Rena wasn't saying anything to her either. Only the voices of the cicadas drowned out the silence. At last, after a long period of nothing, Mion murmured,
この5年間の連続事件ね。
the serial incidents happening over the past 5
私が
years.
直接関わったものもあるし、間接的に関わったものもある。
I was directly related to some of them, and indirectly to others.
いくつかは園崎家だけでなく、他の御三家の君吉家や古出家が関わっているものもあるけど、そのすべての中心に私がいたと思う。
Some were not the Sonozaki family, but were rather related to the others, the Kimiyoshi family and the Furude family. I think I was at the center of all of them. She said it all without turning around, with her back to us. At some point, her tone of voice had gone back to being the Mion we knew.
私は自分のしたことには信念を持ってるし、罪の意識などまるでない。
Mion, please. I feel really bad for you, but you can't say shit like you don't feel any guilt in situations like this. What the fuck? You have to see that this is all messed up. This only feeds into the vicious fucking cycle. My gosh. Man. Okay, but we have an ad break incoming in 1 minute, so before we keep going, now that we're kind of finished with the history of Hinamizawa, I feel like this is a good point to take a quick break. So let's do that. If you need to take a break, you know, rest your eyes, stretch your legs, get a drink, get a snack, do that right now. And, well, we'll be back with the more heavy topics. There goes the lighter sentence. Yes, if you don't feel any guilt or remorse towards what you've done, then I guess this is not gonna go over easy. Alright, I'll be right back. Okay, here we are. Sorry, it took a little longer. I was just finishing up some leftovers from last night. So I can keep going. Fueled back up. Oh, I guess Toonie isn't here anymore, but in case she's listening in somehow, I hope you enjoy your food. Japan has the death sentence too, so I guess that's the end of Mion. Wait, they even have it today still? Chill cicada yaps. Oh my. Oh, I didn't expect them to have the sound effects Insects 1 in here too. I could listen to this on repeat for hours on end. Just this BGM and this soundtrack. Beautiful, beautiful. Wee wee wee. Welcome back, thank you. Welcome back to you as well. Yes, fueled and ready to go. We had the om nom noms. Now we do the yap yap yaps. Hello, Kato. Hello, how are you? Welcome in. Gonna see if I can add that BGM to our mindful nest at the uni. Mindful nest? What's that? I have faith in what I've done and don't feel any guilt.
私の後継ぎも決まらないうちに舞台を退かねばならないことくらいかな。
If I did, perhaps it would be that I will have to leave the stage before the heir is decided.
私を捕まえて、それで法治国家の体裁が整うなら、
If I'm caught and tried in a court of
それ
law,
も時代の流れかなって。
then I suppose that's how it works
この
nowadays.
100年で一番平和なひなみ沢を見ながら引退できるのは、ひょっとすると歴代の園崎家の当主で一番の幸せなのかもしれないし。
Death penalty is still a thing is by hanging too. Ugh. Such a horrible thing. In Ace Attorney, there was an instance of a person who was executed after being convicted in the courtroom. What? I've not played Ace Attorney yet. I want to. So please don't elaborate on who that was and when that happened, but goddamn. Mindfulness is like a room with special lighting and a touchpad that lets soothing music play. Think of it as a place you can sit and relax and meditate. It's used by students and staff to calm down or de-stress. That's nice. This is really nice, yeah. You could definitely add this, although the moment it plays it is not a de-stressing moment at all, but it's sure a nice BGM. Just hope that none of the students and staff recognize where this is actually from. Just find it odd since that takes place in modern times, sorta. Yeah, it does. More modern than Higurashi anyway. I don't know when Ace Attorney takes place. Exactly. Being able to retire with Hinamizawa at the most peaceful it's been in 100 years could be the happiest thing that's ever happened to any of the Sonozaki leaders of past generations. Mion leaned a shoulder against the paper door, then slid down it and flopped on the ground. It was an act of such resignation that just seeing it made me hurt inside. The numerous terrible crimes Mion had been a part of suddenly began to fade from my mind. Hey, Mion, I don't care what happens after this. Can't you just try to struggle as much as you can? Try to run away? Oh, as much as I understand his sentiments, she really needs to be stopped. She will not stop. She doesn't feel any regret. She needs to go. She needs to go to jail, man. I don't think she deserves the death penalty. I don't think anyone does, but God, she deserves to have some kind of punishment. Technically, it's set in 2017 to 2018. I mean, Ace Attorney world is bananas. Cases are only 3 days. Oh, if only it was that easy. Can't you just struggle as much as you can? Try to run away? As soon as I began to think that way, Rena's ringing voice filled the room.
でもみーちゃんはリカちゃんとサトコちゃんを殺したんだよね。
But Rika-chan and Satoko-chan. You killed them, didn't you, Mi-chan? Sharp points of her words stabbed into my chest despite not being directed at me.
他の人のことは殺してもいいとも言わないよ。
I'm not saying that it's okay if you kill other
で
people.
も、とにかくみーちゃんは
Regardless, Mi-chan,
リカちゃんとサトコちゃんを殺した。
you killed Rika-chan and Satoko-chan. Rena's words were more biting than any I had ever heard. Even now that we knew all the heavy history pressing down on Mion's shoulders, she had criticized her for killing our friends.
私が園崎家の役目を負うように、リカちゃんだって古出家の役目を負っていた。
Just as I bore the duty of the Sonozaki family, Rika-chan bore the duty of the Furuta family. Just because she changed out a lock?
その役目が西宮殿を守ることだった。
Huh? Yeah, sure. Her duty was to protect the ritual storehouse. I get it, but she only changed out the lock. She didn't make people break into it. My chest
去
tightens.
年あたりからリカちゃんが言ってたのは知ってたんだよ。
I learned around last year that Rika-chan had said something about it.
西宮殿の勘抜きが重くて辛い。もっと簡単な鍵に付け替えたいって。
The bars on the storehouse door were too heavy for her, and she wanted to change them to a simpler lock and key. She died because she didn't do her job? Yeah, but that's so messed up. She's a kid. No one should be killed for not being able to do their job, especially she wasn't physically able to do it properly anyway.
先代の神主さんでも重いと嘆いてた代物だからね。
Even the priest before her had complained about it being
リ
heavy.
カちゃんに辛いのは重々承知だった。
He was very aware of how hard it was for Rika-chan.
僕がちゃんと番をしますですから、もっと軽い鍵に変えてほしいなのです。
I'll make sure to guard it, so I want to replace the lock with something lighter. I replied on the behalf of the Sonozaki family leader. Ever since the string of freak death incidents, there seem to be people who are insolent towards Oyashiro-sama, so you shouldn't replace the lock with a simpler one. That said, the leader of the Kimiyoshi family, old man Kimiyoshi, if it's that difficult for you, Rika-chan, then I think it's okay to replace the lock, he said. The very fact that it was locked with a key was an indication of it being somewhere you mustn't enter. There's nobody bad enough to break through it and go inside, he said. Oh, if only. If only. I didn't know the full context of that place anyway, so this is just bull. Yeah. Why would Mion care? I was thinking might be because of Hinamizawa's reputation. It seems like the Sonozaki family really is there to, upkeep Hinamizawa's reputation. Keep it nice and shiny and clean and polished. So, by having things in a ritual storehouse that could imply that they were indeed, torturing and eating humans, get that all stirred up again, that would cause conflict again, so they really just want to keep the peace. That's one thing I can imagine. There's nobody bad enough to break through it and go inside, he said. Even if we were alike as leaders, I couldn't find it in me to argue with old man Kimiyoshi, since I owed him so much. In the end, we decided to change out the lock on the storehouse and switched it to a really cheap and light padlock.
おじいちゃん、
Old man,
本当に大丈夫なんですか？
is this really alright?
バッチャもできることなら鍵は前のままの方が良かったと言ってます。
Nana says that if possible, we should keep the lock the same. I meant, why would Mion care about killing her just because? Oh, yeah, you're right. That wouldn't stop her. It hasn't stopped her.
大丈夫だよ。
It'll be alright.
心配性だな。
You're quite the worry.
何かあったらおじいちゃんがちゃんと責任を取ってあげるから。
Oh, man. something happens, this old man will take all the responsibility.
本当ですね。
Do you promise?
君吉家の当主として責任を取られるという意味ですね。
You mean that you will take responsibility as the leader of the Kimiyoshi
お
family,
じいち
right?
ゃんもこの中に収められているものがどれだけ神聖なものかよくご存知のはず。
You should be well aware of how sacred the things inside really are.
大丈夫なのですよ。
It's okay.
このひなみ沢に鍵を開けて勝手に入ってしまう悪い猫さんはいませんなのです。
There aren't any bad cats in Hinamizawa who would open the lock and break in. I find it surprising that Rika says this, because she mentioned before that Takano-san had asked about entering in there multiple times. And she hasn't given up. So it would only be normal to assume that she would eventually break in, especially if you make it this easy for her to break in. About that, yeah, he sure was punished. He sure took responsibility.
にゃ
Yeah, yeah. Sobs escaped from my mouth. Something hot and wet dripped down in spades and fell onto the tatami mat.
西宮殿に賊が忍び込んだという話は渡長市の祭りの最中にもう私の耳に入っていました。
I had already heard of the thieves entering the ritual storehouse during the Watanagashi festival.
賊は4人。
There were 4 of them.
その日のうちに手が下されることになりました。
We decided to act within the day.
同時に西宮殿に賊を許した古出家のリカちゃんと君吉家のおじいちゃんも
Oh
責任を問わなければならなくなってしまった。
my gosh. She just thinks no is a good enough answer, that no one would break in. Yeah, just no. No. You can't enter. No, yeah. Oh, this is so messed up. Just because you broke in. Especially since like Shion didn't even break in. It was 2 people that broke in and the other 2 people that just went inside. And that still doesn't explain why she killed Shion but did not kill Keiichi. Not 4 thieves, 1 potential thief and 2 other people. Yeah. No one stole anything as far as we know. Takano-san might have stolen something, but then again, we don't have any proof of that. At the same time, we needed to demand that the ones who allowed the thieves to break in, Rika of the Furuta family and old man Kimiyoshi, take responsibility. My tears dripped and dropped, until just now I had decided that it was Mion's fault that she killed Rika-chan and the others. That was wrong. The one who killed them wasn't Mion. It was me. I hate that he is also blaming himself for this. You're not at fault for people being fucked up. Guess even going inside is a crime. Yeah, they called it a taboo. And, you know, taboo is, not to be broken. You will have to take responsibility, as she is saying it. She really likes Keiichi, and Shion is a jerk, so yeah. But she's her sister.
俺が殺したも当然なんだ。
It is not his responsibility to stop 2 grown-ass adults to break into a storehouse. It is not his responsibility. He did not have to stop anyone. He just went along with Shion, who also knows how to get Keiichi around her finger, so yeah, it's not his fault. He's a silly little teenage boy, man. I might as well have killed them.
ケイチ君
I had a chance to stop this tragedy from happening, and yet I didn't. Cheap curiosity got the better of me, and I didn't. If, at the time, I had stopped us from sneaking into the ritual storehouse, Rika-chan and the others wouldn't have had to die. Someone else would have died. If I had, then nothing would have happened. We would be spending our days having lots of fun, like we always did.
俺がバ カだった。
I was an idiot. By shedding tears, I could take it all back. Then I would have filled up the room with them. However, such a meager act wouldn't be enough to redeem myself for the crime I've committed.
ケイちゃんは何も悪くないよ。
Kei-chan, you're not at fault. Myon gently began to speak to me, as if trying to reason with me.
私は園崎家の当主として手を下さなければならなかったけど、
As the leader of the Sonozaki family, I needed to act.
園崎家の歴史なんか今にして思えば大したものじゃない。
Given the history of the Sonozaki family, thinking about it now, it's no big deal.
そんなもの全部投げ出しても私は仲間を救うべきだったのかもしれない。
Maybe I should have saved my friends, even if it meant casting all that aside. Perhaps the only thing he could have done differently is told the cops, but Rika still would have died if they broke the lock. Yep. Is this still all being recorded here? Yeah, it is. She basically confessed to all of this.
私がそんなものに屈したから、
Oh, there she
あの二人を
goes.
殺してしまった。
I yielded to it. That's why I killed those two. There she is. She could just confess it.
それは他でもない。私、園崎美音が殺したということ。
She's saying it in a way as if she knows she's being recorded. I, Mion Sonozaki, and nobody else killed them.
私には踏みとどまる100億の瞬間があった。
I had hundreds of chances to stop it, but
でも踏みとどまらなかった。
I didn't stop.
安易に自らの役割に屈し、仲間のために戦うことを放棄してしまった。
I gave in to the easy role that was handed to me and abandoned all thought of fighting for my friends.
だからこれは私の罪。
So this is my crime.
私が殺した。
I killed them. What is up with that face?
園崎美音がこの手で
Mion Sonozaki, with these hands,
殺してしまっ
killed
た。
them,
それは何ら変わらない。
and nothing whatsoever changed. Nothing. With that attitude, that family will never be held under scrutiny by some parties. Yup. Something is off. Something sure is off. The masochistic laughter was sad, especially because Mion boasted in club that she would turn the tables on whatever predicaments presented themselves. It was so painful.
でもみーちゃんは自分の意志で一人だけ救ったんだね。
Still, Mi-chan, you saved one person of your own volition.
え？
As I looked at her surprised, Rana stuck her finger right at my forehead.
ケイチ君だけを殺さなかった。
You left Keiichi-kun alive.
こんなにも強い力を持つみーちゃんなら造作もなかったろうに。
As strong as you are, Mi-chan, it would have been no trouble for you,
で
but
も殺さなかったんだよね。
you didn't kill him. Not yet! Arguable Mion made the better choice because in theory this protects the village peace since Tomitaka is a reporter, but it's not right, obviously. It is, but then again, it wasn't Tomitake who actually went inside the storehouse. He didn't see any of it. He didn't take pictures. Takano took pictures, but I think she took them for herself more so than for Tomitake. But who knows, really, what he would have done with those pictures. From her perspective, theoretically, hypothetically, I can understand that she had to kill Tomitake-san and Takano-san. Hypothetically, from her perspective, only in this game, I can kind of understand it, but the other two victims, the other three victims, I cannot at all understand. This is all such a horrible thing. It is. I have to say that because people will take me out of context. I do not condone Killing people for breaking into storehouses. That's right. Myeon was so cunning that nobody could stand up to her. Even in our club, if she had seriously tried to kill me, I would have been dealt with on the very first night. So many people had been sacrificed. But I was always left out in the cold. When did I first realize it? Even though people were disappearing one after the other, for some reason, I had this vague belief that only I would be left alive.
さて
Hmm,
どうして殺さなかったのかね。
why didn't I kill him?
鬼の私にゃ見当もつかないわ。
As a demon, I can't even begin to guess.
ミオンの方に殺したくない都合でもあったんじゃないの？
Maybe Myeon had some reason she didn't want to kill you.
そりゃどういう意味だよ。
What is that supposed to mean? Shh. Myeon put a finger to her lips to say that Rena didn't need to talk.
大石は外で待ってんの？
So is she waiting outside?
Mm.
Yes.
逃げ場は？
Any way out?
ない。
No.
ぐるっと囲んでるって言ってた。
They said they have the place surrounded.
無線でたくさんの車が来てるみたいだった。
Oh, I don't know. I feel bad for her and shit, but like, no, don't help her get out of this. She needs to take responsibility. Typical reason of love. Yeah. That's why it was like the village is at peace, I guess, until she's on trial and it gets out. She's from the Oni village. Yeah, that's gonna ruin the peace. She said that, you know, this is the most peaceful way someone could retire. No, not really. It's gonna fuck everything up again. Okay, so that kind of cements it. With the demon being a split personality or something dissimilar. Either she's just saying it that way to, I don't know, protect herself, or, you know, to be a little bit more dramatic, to show that it is... The demon is more so hypothetical, I think. It's more so the responsibility that she has to take on from her family. Maybe I've watched too many Silent Hill deep dives and it isn't actually that, you know, deep. Maybe it's an actual demon. I struggle to make sense now. I think they have your entire property surrounded. Myeon fell silent. Rena's merciless words felt cruel. They weren't meant to be. Maybe they were trying to lessen her good friend's pain, if only by a little. Maybe they were considerate, like she was trying to help. Please, turn yourself in. Myeon didn't open her mouth, but she smiled just a little. We'll go with you. I'll never leave a friend by herself. It's supposed to be ambiguous, just like the curse. Oh yeah, I think so too. Might be an actual demon, might be just a metaphor for her responsibility as the family heir. Crying children and Rena are the only things I can't beat. She rose, scratching her head. Her face had returned entirely to that of the usual Myeon. I'm well aware of how serious my own crimes are. Even if they accept me turning myself in, I'll probably never be able to come back here. I don't think you want to come back here after what you've done and everyone knows about what you've done. Kind of worried about that police platoon. There's a chance they're just gone. Oh yeah, you're right. They could be gone because the chief of police might find out about this. Like, what is he gonna do if a whole division is here anyway? I mean, they basically have all the proof they need. You know, they might be able to convince the chief to arrest her. Oh, but yeah, you're right. Technically, they couldn't even be there anymore. Oh, I didn't even think about that. Couldn't say anything. The number of deaths Mion was involved in, was just too large. So much so that maybe recommending that she turn herself in was, in a way, extremely cruel.
だから最後にわがままを聞いてほしいな。
So, I'd like you to hear one last selfish request.
何かな。
What is it?
30分でいいから、
30 minutes is
ケイ
fine.
ちゃんと二人きりにしてほしい。
No! No, 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 no! No, 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 no! Not even 30 seconds is fine! Mm-mm! Hell no! Once a part of the town, always a part of the town. I'm pretty sure she can just come back since her family is too strong. Probably! I don't want to be alone! No! Why? Why does it have to come to this? Don't leave me alone with a maniac! Oh. 30 minutes is fine. Just let me have some alone time with Kei-chan. Huh? My name suddenly came up and it looked like I was the only one surprised about that. He's so dense, my god. Let us out! Let us out! Oh. The fact she would probably be put to death, though. Yeah. It is. Oh, man. I don't know. There seems to be like a... Even if she, like, the actual Mion doesn't want to kill us, I'm pretty sure there is some form of possession at play here, right? Like, even if the actual Mion doesn't want to kill Keiichi, I feel like he'll end up dead anyway. Welcome back to Ni. Better be all okay, Spooky. It's only death. What could possibly go wrong? Yeah, it's just gonna time loop anyway. What did I miss? The entire history of Hinamizawa. Mion confessing, sorry, I keep mixing those words up. Confessing to her crimes. Yeah, and now she wants 30 minutes alone with Keiichi.
どうかな。
Keiichi-kun, is that okay with you?
ケイチ君が嫌なら無理にとは言えない。
If you don't want to, then I won't make you.
そうだね。
You're right.
嫌ならそれでもいいよ。
It's okay if you don't want to.
私は鬼だもの。
After all, I'm a demon.
ケイちゃんはよそから引っ越してきた正真正銘の人間。
And Kei-chan is a bona fide human who moved here from somewhere else.
相入れることなんてお社様が実在して仲介してくれない限り絶対にない。
For us to be compatible as long as Yashiro-sama doesn't exist to mediate simply isn't possible. There was no reason for me to hesitate. Mion had been engulfed heavy, unopposable tradition. The one who had forced her to kill her friends with her own hands. That was me, and me alone. In fact, with me cornered, it would have been okay for her to blame me. However, Mion didn't say one word of blame. Far from it. I was guilty of the same crime, and she let me go. Y'all needs more meat for her can't meat product. No! He's gonna say yes and he's gonna die? Absolutely. Amidst the fate she could not oppose, she saved me alone. Although, I don't know, with Rena here, somehow I feel safer. Like, maybe we won't die? Maybe for once we can actually get out of here. Maybe that is copium. I don't know. Amidst the fate she could not oppose, she saved me alone. I didn't know whether I should be thankful for that. Thinking upon it now, I didn't know how much easier it would be if I were to be granted the same punishment as Rika-chan and the others. The only thing I knew for sure was that I had an equal duty to bear, the sins that Mion shouldered. So, when it came to Mion's last request, there was no reason for me to hesitate. Sure.
Easy.
It's fine.
ありがとう。
Okay. Big copium. Oh man. I'll be the contrarian, believe he'll make it. Let's trust that he can make it out of here alive. As long as we don't drink the tea. Thank you.
私からもありがとうを言うよ
I'd like to thank you too,
ケイチ君
Keiichi-kun. They're like surprisingly calm for someone to be like in the presence of someone that killed their entire friend group, you know? They're like so calm. Rena stood up. It looked like she would keep her promise with Mion and leave.
いいよレナ
It's fine,
こ
Rena.
こで待っててくれれば
I can wait right
ケイ
here.
ちゃんとは庭をぐるりと回りたいだけだから
I just want to go around the yard with
退
Kei-chan.
屈だったら私の部屋へ行けばいい
If you're
漫
bored,
画
you
と
can
か
go to
好
my
きに読ん
room.
でていいよ
You can read any manga you like.
なんだったらお気に入りの単行本丸ごと持ってってもいい
And if there are any volumes you like, you might as well take them.
嫌だよ
I don't want to.
みーちゃんの本はみーちゃんのものだもの
Mi-chan's books belong to Mi-chan.
勝手にレナの家に持って帰れない
Rena couldn't bring them back home with her so freely.
あんたはこんな時に限っていい子なんだから
You're such a good kid, only at times like this. So saying that as part of this? I don't think so. Nope, I don't think so. Separate them and kill them. That's how it goes. That's the usual. Separate them and kill them. Mion took Rena's head and rubbed it violently like I always did. To be honest, so far she isn't showing any signs of hostility. I am holding out hope that we will not actually die.
じゃあ行こうケイちゃん
Okay, let's go, Kei-chan. I began to walk after Mion, who headed for the hallway, when Rena silently stopped me.
みーちゃんもよろしくね
Take care of Mi-chan.
あ
Yeah,
みーちゃんもう二度と帰ってこれないって確信してる
Mi-chan really does believe she won't ever be able to come back. I didn't know much about loss, but with as many deaths as she'd been involved in, the chances of her escaping a heavy punishment seemed non-existent. I wonder how it is for teens. Like in Germany, you get different kinds of punishments depending on how old you are. I feel like if I remember correctly, if you're under the age of 14, anything that you do in terms of crimes is handled very differently. And then up to 18, it's different again. And then from 18 upwards, it's I think just the regular law applies to you.
みーちゃんが短期を起こさないように見張ってね
Watch out that she doesn't do anything rash, okay? Mion might not surrender herself to justice, but instead choose to put an end to things herself. Rena had already thought that far ahead.
あ
Right,
そんなこと絶対にさせないから
I won't let that happen. Rena rubbed at her tears, which had fallen without me noticing them.
じゃあ行ってあげて
Okay, then go after her. I nodded and followed Mion, who had disappeared out to the front floor. Front door, not floor. I could clearly hear Rena sobbing from the other side of the paper
ど
door.
うしてみーちゃんは鬼なんか継がされちゃったんだろうね
Why was Mi-chan made a successor to demons?
それは仕方のないことだったんだろうね
Maybe it just had to happen that way.
でも
But
あんまりにもかわいそうだよね
it's just so awful. Something hot burned down my cheeks. They were my tears. I fiercely wiped them away. This was the last of my time I could offer to Mion, so I absolutely didn't want to let her see my tears during it. Mion was already waiting outside the front door. Wait. Heavy burden indeed. Yes, the heaviest of them all. That is one weighty demon. Please don't tell me this is the end. Oh, got an achievement. Ah! Sorry about that, Twisted Sisters. Wait. Twisted Sisters? kind of achievement is that, Steam? Man, I don't know how much longer this chapter is gonna be, but unfortunately, it is Sunday, so I have to end stream rather soon. I think this chapter might go on for a little longer, and I don't know for how much longer, seeing as how we just had a cut in the chapter. I feel like it might go on for a couple more hours, and unfortunately, I do not have a couple more hours. And I want to take my time and not rush through this, so yeah. I think let's leave this for next week. I will probably stream this during the week, so we'll probably get to continue playing this on Wednesday, Friday, and then move Corpse Party to the weekend, and the other slot I will probably fill with Omori. Yes, something like that. But I'll post the schedule in the Discord. Maybe on Twitter and Blue Sky if I ever think of doing that. Thanks for the stream! Thank you so much for being here. Yeah, we got lots of good stuff. Maybe I'm right. And this is Shion. Yeah, what if it is? I want to see the back. Show me the back. But yeah, the achievement is very ominous. Yeah, Samori. Thank you for the stream. Thank you for being here. Thanks, guys. Hope you all had fun. Let me see who we can raid. Also, gosh, before I forget, let me save. Because if I don't save, I might cry. Okay, there we go. And now let me look for someone to raid. Let me see. Oh boy. Ooh, oh gosh.
Sleep well, and I hope you have an amazing tomorrow. Take care. Good night. Bye bye. Thank you so much for the raid.
Okay, let's raid Pika. We haven't raided Pika in a long time. Pika has been streaming for 10 hours and 50 minutes, but it seems they're still going strong. So let's say hello. I think they just got a raid, so let's make that a double raid. Hell yeah. But yes, please feel free to send Pika lots of love. They deserve it. They're currently playing Honkai Star Rail. I know we have some Honkai fans or just some gacha fans in general. So yeah, let's say hello. And I'll see you guys next week. Yeah. Bye-bye, guys. Take care.